Dear ladies and gentlemen, please be seated, dear guests. So, let's start. Dear guests, colleagues, and speakers, I'm delighted to welcome you here today. Greetings, I'm Viktor Berezenko, the organizer of the European Web3 Summit 2023 and co-founder of the Institute for Global Transformation, Brussels. Firstly, let me thank all the participants who joined us at the European Web3 Summit today. The summit brings together European policymakers and Web3 leaders to promote open dialogue and innovation. The world today is undergoing a significant transformation driven by a new mindset that prioritized trust, transparency, and sustainability. We are in the midst of rebuilding from both pandemics and geopolitical wars and facing the reality of climate change. Blockchain technology will radically change the way we interact with the world. As a result, a more inclusive, democratic, and decentralized global economy is created. A growing number of people are realizing the importance of the blockchain industry to encourage innovation and grow and adopt this technology. Governments and organizations are creating supportive regulatory environments. The key to interconnected blockchain adoption and development is to focus on practical use cases for Web3. What are the chances that Europe could be at the forefront of Web3 innovation in the world? It is our pleasure to invite you to explore together the future of the Web3 in Europe. We will cover 13 topics related to the development of Web3 businesses and regulatory frameworks. Our time together will include lunch and coffee break, while this is your chance to network and cross-pollinate. Each panel will be an opportunity for speakers to share their thoughts and latest insights with us. After this, we will have a chance for Q&A. So let's dive in. It's no coincidence that senior EU policymakers are increasingly interested in Web3 and in potential as it's reflected in the lineup of participants in the European Web3 Summit. Resilient supply chains, more inclusive and less risk-prone financial ecosystems, data ownership. Those are just some of the potential benefits of the emerging incarnation of the Internet Web3. By focusing on practical use cases for Web3, we can move to the next level of interconnected adoption and development of blockchain technology for the common good. Please meet our participants of the panel discussion, Policies and Strategies for Web3 Transformation in Europe, and please welcome moderator Alex Cohen.
So cool.
Okay. Thank you so much, and I guess, well, the panelists, if you will, also like to join. Yeah, it's great to be here. It's an amazing place. Yeah, take a seat. And, well, we have 2 days of exciting talks and networking, so I'm looking forward to that. Let me start off. I'd like to give each one of you an opportunity to briefly introduce yourself and talk about the topics that you're most interested in. So let's...
You want to start from here, Alex?
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Let's do.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for this, and thanks to organizers for actually putting together this this event. And I think this is very timely. Obviously, there's a lot happening in the world right now, and we're going through the different type of transformations, including the major one and the sort of creation of the completely new type of web interaction, internet, Web3 transformation, countries sort of interacting differently with one another, and the whole layer of issues happening, the technology sort of transforming faster than regulations are catching up, and there are a lot of needs for sort of putting together. So my name is Irakli Beridze. I'm head of the Center for Artificial Intelligence Robotics for the United Nations, and through our work we are supporting governments, so 193 UN member states, to put together policies to ensure that technology like artificial intelligence or other exponential technologies can benefit us all, And at the same time, we avoid the risks. And at the same time, we're also facilitating the exchange of technologies and availability of technology to the wider world. So we're setting up numerous projects and excited to be here.
Thank you.
Great to be here. Amazing job by the organizers. I know the team very well. Congratulations again. And excited to be a part of this panel. I think I'm at least in this panel, only crypto degen. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. And the only woman, which is also great. My name is Ioana Surpățeanu. My background is eclectic and unusual simultaneously. I have worked in the European Parliament. I have worked in a financial institution. And well, I worked in a financial institution dealing with crypto. So I was in that relatively bizarre situation whereby I was promoting crypto within the TradFi environments. The entity is Citigroup, and I was doing this back in 2017. I left after 4 years and a half. I joined crypto as Chief Strategy Officer for a decentralized Oracle provider. And since then, I've been permeating the crypto world and supporting over 7 projects that run across the spectrum from Web3, next-generational decentralized finance, Web3 gaming, digital fashion, etc. I'm also on the board of Crypto UK, which is the largest and the most relevant crypto trade association promoting crypto in the UK, but not only. And I'm Chief Innovation Officer for Swash, which is a Web3 data monetization platform, basically allowing users to earn passive income in Swash tokens, which they can then obviously exchange into other types of crypto and even fiat. So as you have heard, my filter for this conversation is multifold because I happen to have experience in probably the most relevant segments that we will touch upon today. So without further ado, I'm passing it on to you.
Sure. Well, the ultimate degen is the one who backstabs TradFi.
Exactly, right?
DeFi, so, yeah.
And is public about it.
Exactly. And about the securities that go along. So everyone, I'm Hugo from Portugal. I ran the New Economy Institute. We are a think tank focused on making Portugal more friendly for crypto organizations, startups, and not only, from VASPs to TradFi companies who want to onboard and surf the crypto wave. And we have one of Portugal's, or one of Europe's and the world's first banks which also have a VASP registration, or in the future a VASP license. And before that, I've been working in crypto since 2017 for the now defunct London Block Exchange. Like most exchanges, they need to go bankrupt by definition. And yeah, I'm very interested in discussing how crypto and how Web3 can transform Europe, and what kind of policies do we need to have to accelerate that, or at least to not encumber that, to make sure that there are no unnecessary obstacles on the way of making what is already underway happen in due course.
Hello, everyone. I am Rapolas Lakavičius, from Policy Officer at the DG Connect European Commission. So DG Connect is Communication Networks, Content and Technology. We are working with various digital files. In DG Connect, I have 12 years work experience, and basically recently I was working with blockchain standardization. We were working quite a bit on various files, basically bringing together stakeholders, organizing events, and also contributing to standardization activities of European and international standardization bodies. But recently I was transferred to cybersecurity and privacy policy unit. And to be frank, originally it was intended that my head of unit, Christiane, would be participating in this panel, but please accept utmost apologies that she is not available. And well, basically I have this honor to speak in the panel instead of her. And I'll be happy to contribute to the discussion from cybersecurity angle. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you, the organizers, for inviting me. My name is Ricardo Simões. I'm the Executive Director of INATBA. INATBA stands for International Association for Trusted Blockchain Applications. It's a global association that was launched by the European Commission back in 2019 with 105 founding members. It grew up to We are currently at 150 blockchain pure players, but also, let's say, established companies in several sectors. Our aim is to bridge and to create bridges between the public sector, industry, industry and academia. We work on 6 different areas on finance, identity, sustainability and social impact, education, privacy and standards. We are a part of 2 consortiums. We are 2 consortiums, one on education, which is Chase, and another one on standardization, which is Blockstand. We are contributors to standard-setting bodies, and we have an overall approach over the space of Web3 powered by blockchain. Definitely, it's a pleasure to be here and to share the panel with you.
Amazing, thank you. So before we kind of jump into the first questions I have for you, just wanted to point out like what a diverse panel we have, and hopefully we'll extract some thoughts from different areas of the Web3 space, the emerging Web3 space. And in case you miss anything, or your friends could make it, I know there's a live stream, but you can also read the follow-up to this conversation that we're having on Cointelegraph, which is, well, hopefully your go-to blockchain crypto news website. So that's a plug from me. So now let's get into it. So the subject is, in short, Web3 transformation. So I wanted to get an idea from each one of you. What is Web3 transformation for you specifically, in kind of given your experience and the position that you're in right now? So let's please start with you.
Right, Alex, what I said it in the beginning as well. So we are sort of facing a tremendous change in our life, and the change is happening a lot faster than a lot of people would anticipate, probably. And that requires adjustment of the way we're looking at the regulations, the way we're looking at setting the frameworks around globally and internally in Europe as well. So I'm working for the United Nations. We're looking at more on the global approaches. At the moment, we don't have any kind of a global charter or convention which would regulate technologies as such, and we probably are far away from it. But at the same time, we do need to have that type of frameworks which would ensure the technology benefits us all, and that's sort of a baseline and bottom line is, right? The other day there was a hearing at the US Senate, and probably most of you have seen it. Sam Altman, the founder of the OpenAI, was actually even urging to regulate, and I fully do agree that there is a need for those type of regulations which would help us to actually ensure that that technology or benefit from the technology can be extracted much easier, and the risks could be mitigated. And one of the underlying argument here, what we see with artificial intelligence, for example, and I'm working in one of the most sensitive sort of area of the AI, how it is applied for the law enforcement and security and especially globally, what we see is that if not that understanding the technology benefits us and benefits society, we could create sort of a very dangerous backlash from the public. And this is something we definitely would like to avoid, because that would stifle the innovation, and at the same time, it would create sort of a very unhealthy environment for the benefit or for the development of the technologies. And that's why those two things should go hand in hand, although on the global level, it is very difficult to create sort of a all-encompassing global charters. And that's why we're looking at sort of a narrow applications of different narrow technologies, and how to ensure, even before going into the regulations, how to ensure certain level of mechanisms or tools which would support the implementation of these technologies on the beneficial level. So we have some of that. For example, we just in June in Singapore, we'll be launching a specialized global toolkit for the use of artificial intelligence for the law enforcement, and that's sort of a special set of guidelines or guidebook, rather, 150 pages of work, which would apply to 193 countries, and ensuring that the technology such as AI is used to solve problems, but at the same time done in a responsible and human rights compliant manner.
Thank you. And Jana, what's your perspective on transformation?
Yes, I would like to start not on transformation. Let's go back to the definition, because I think we have a plethora of definitions flowing out there, and it matters very much who puts that definition into the world, right, and the subsequent filter. But before I do that, I just want to state that I do not think that with every new technology we need to have regulation or policies, and that is respectfully. We automatically go into the mode of, okay, something new is emerging, let's see how we can best regulate it. What if we don't need to regulate it at all and let it flourish, at least for a while? So that's my stance in general about automatically attaching potential regulation and policy to any new technology. I think we shouldn't do that. Web3 definition, I would like to ask someone in the room, with no, again, no pressure, who can define what Web3 means to them? Anyone? Please. Take the ownership. That's very good. It's one angle, right? Let's go back before defining Web3. My analysis and my definition of the whole space is that any new technology occurs, well, the advancement, the technological advancement occurs when two main things happen. One, technologies that have been in development, potentially for years, reach a point where they are mature enough to be able to permeate masses. And secondly, those same technologies can enable a new product journey for the user. That is to say that something that was not possible before can now be enabled by these new technologies who maybe were being developed in the background for 10, 15 years, it doesn't matter, but now they've permeated masses and they can enable something new. So, that being said, or with that, based on that, Web3 to me is a new face of the internet that promotes and deploys a new type of architecture that enables community ownership and more direct controls of community and users over the economy of the internet. And this was not possible before. If we look at Web3 and what it actually can enable for the user, it can enable at data layer the portability of a user's social graph, assets, gaming activities, gaming behaviors, etc. So basically, Web3 can enable the integration of a person's, of a user's, or community's lifestyle into new tech. This was not possible before. And the reason why I pointed to that earlier is to say that we cannot have Web3 without crypto, and not just peer-to-peer payment networks or decentralized computers on top of which we build applications, such as decentralized finance, but we cannot have Web3 without crypto, we cannot have Web3 without zero-knowledge technologies, we cannot have Web3 without decentralization, which allows for the user ownership, for the user control, and for a new form of community governance and contribution to the economy of the internet. So that's what Web3 is to me. It does not necessarily mean that it can only be promoted by users. The medium via which Web3 can reach masses, the mediums are diverse, right? It can happen via a corporation who all of a sudden revamps its community engagement model and gives users more control, etc. But ultimately, Web3 enables user ownership of the internet. That's probably the more succinct way in which I can define it. Yes, there is AI involved. Yes, there are many other technologies involved. But what was not possible before is this, enabling and empowering the user. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and I think more things are going to be added to the
Of course.
Web3 kind of definition as we go on, but please, Hugo.
No, I definitely agree with you, Joanna, and Portugal and the UK have a lot in common, not only our 9-year-old standing partnership, the oldest alliance in the world, but also our love for a more relaxed approach to regulation, perhaps, which allowed the crypto ecosystem to emerge in Portugal. And if I were to think about what does Web3 transformation mean, I'll just say it will be another extension of digital transformation, and we don't see much regulation or policy conversation around the topic of enabling digital transformation in the world, and like lawmakers aren't concerned with that. But then if you compare like the likes of Estonia or many other countries, even including Portugal, our administration is reasonably adept at the digitalization part of it. And then if we compare that perhaps with Germany or Italy, in which everything is paper-based, we can see how digital transformation, in that case, can help smooth things up in a country. And then we can, by analogy, think how could a more Web3 literate country or region work better or have more innovation and reap the benefits of that economic improvement. And then if we take a step back and if we compare what's happening now in America in terms of also Web3 transformation approach, in which we have a very hostile perspective from the regulators and even from the administration, and then we compare that to what's happening here in Europe, then we also see very different approaches. And when I think about Web3 transformation, I like to think about these different shapes that the attitudes of the leaders of civil society, but also of the country or the regions themselves can have towards making the regions better equipped to deal with these new technologies. And the technologies will be there. They don't need regulation to exist. But if the right regulation exists, maybe more people, bigger part of the population, through that literacy, can reap the benefits. And in that end, I'll say that while I agree definitely that we need to have a more relaxed approach in the beginning to regulation, and I think we have been having that in Europe, then it reaches a stage in which something needs to be done, and clarity is welcomed, and despite not being perfect, Mika has kind of fit that box in a very nice way, and it's being reasonably embraced by most of the participants in the industry. So that will be my perspective of the topic here.
Great.
So thank you for this introductory question. In my view, Web3 is basically Internet of Future, where we are exchanging value. So basically it's the Internet of Value, and also we are empowering end users. So users have more control over their own, I don't know, data or various things that they are basically sharing or not sharing with other parties. So basically that would be my view. In terms of the European Commission, we started looking at blockchain and related technologies already quite a few years ago, and we were liaising with numerous stakeholders, and we received actually an indication that more regulation would be very much welcome, and in particular in terms of clarity, so that basically European SMEs, industry, all other players would like to use various Web3 solutions, but they want to make sure that it's done legally in line with applicable rules and regulations. So the European Commission has proposed quite a few initiatives in one way or the other related to blockchain, such as Markets in Crypto Assets Act, the Data Act, European Digital Identity, also recently Cyber Resilience Act, which is very broad and horizontal, but also relates to some crypto assets. So basically all the elements with digital, which have parts of digital. So overall, there is already quite a big number of proposals which are being currently discussed, and this discussion is very welcome. And recently, basically, we have Markets and Crypto Assets Act adopted, so it went through all the adoption, and I understand it's already beneficial because already some startups and SMEs are moving to Europe to implement solutions precisely aligned with this regulation. So I would say quite good achievements, and I believe this will be discussed also in other panels than this one, all throughout the event.
To me, so Web3 is the natural evolution of our digital lives. We are living digital lives. 70% of worldwide population is connected to the internet. And Web3 evolution will allow for alternative ways for individuals, businesses, and public sector to actually generate value. An alternative way, alternative possibilities, opportunities to generate value and to actually distribute the value that today is concentrated on a few players. And that empowering also entrepreneurship. I fully agree with what Ioana said and Hugo, and I don't want to be cornered on the policy side. I think that we have to think not only on the side of the developments, we need to think and put ourselves in the perspective of the end users and the businesses and the established business, how they look into this space. And what kind of instruments, mechanisms do they have right now to actually engage with this space? And policy can be definitely one of them. And so the need for policy in this space, I would say that comes also from outside the ecosystem, looking into a very nascent ecosystem that has tremendous potential. That's why we are here today and we are talking about it, but definitely has to be understood in order to pave the way into the mass adoption that we all want to. So that's where, and you were pointing at this corner saying the policy guys.
No, I wasn't. I just realized, actually, I wasn't even thinking about you. I was thinking that our European Commission rep is here, and I didn't want to sound disrespectful with regards to policy. I do believe policy is needed, but we'll discuss about, yeah.
But definitely, I think we have not to reinvent the wheel, see where the activities and not go in terms of regulation or over-regulation over technology. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And to find the way to balance opportunity and risks. And by the way, it's not because we have this connection to the European Commission and Rappel is here, but I think on the approach that was taken into this ecosystem from the European Union side, it has allowed for a bottom-up approach into carefully considering the risks and the opportunities tied to this space.
Yes, I agree with that. And just to sort of clean my image when it comes to policy, no, I'm just kidding. I never do this. But I was actually, again, I go back to 2017 when Peter Izirgalvis was still in DG Connect, and he was publicly known promoter of blockchain tech and crypto. We had a meeting, myself, together with some projects and C-level folks from those projects which are now very well known in the market. And what I can tell you is that I really appreciated the Commission's stance back then, and I was having that meeting in order to start promoting the right approach when it comes to policy and at a later stage regulation. I think what's missing is a shift in the mindset. We do not need to reinvent the wheel, but some of these new technologies cannot be regulated via the same filter as the old ones. Let's take a very simple example, decentralized finance. You cannot use the TradFi model to regulate DeFi because it does not work. So TradFi regulation focuses on intermediaries and on central points of failure and risk. DeFi eliminates that. So you need to think about it differently. And I do understand that also on our side, the industry side, we need to potentially find a compromise between censorship resistance and mass onboarding, because we need to enable some level of potentially centralization for DeFi to ensure that we onboard masses safely into DeFi. But from a regulatory standpoint, regulators need to be equipped with tech-related knowledge in order to intervene in this space. That was my point. I'm not against regulation, and I do agree that MiCA is attracting a lot of investment, hopefully even more. And it's the only I wanted to say cross-jurisdictional, cross-segment regulation that we have in a major jurisdiction. So bravo to that. And of course, it provides clarity for the industry. Let's ensure that the technical requirements that are upcoming will not all of a sudden prevent the newer parts of the ecosystem to operate safely in Europe.
If possible, also to add that from the side of the European Commission, it's not the only things we are doing. We also have a blockchain regulatory sandbox for startups and basically new implementations where they would like to try some things and make sure that they align with regulatory requirements. So that's something that has been started. And also from the side of the public services, we have EBSI, European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, which is currently actually working quite a bit with identity, and also they have preparing so-called diploma use case, which would enable end users to manage their educational credentials in line with all these WEB3 philosophy of decentralized management. So there are quite a few things also ongoing from this side. So I would say so far, let's say the performance of the Commission is quite good in this area.
If I can just sort of chip in here as well. The bottom line, I mean, from the sort of global perspective and the way we look at it at the UN as well, what is really important is to ensure that technology solves problems, and we support that. And we don't create any barriers for technologies to solve problems, but at the same time, by solving problems, we should not create larger problems, larger societal problems or larger problems for wider world, right? Somebody mentioned here, I don't remember who it was, that 70% of the world is connected to the internet. I'm not even 100%.
80, right?
Yeah, I'm not even 100% sure that that's actually a right number. What I understood, it was the half of the world, and another portion of it is not connected to the adequate internet. So we do still have a lot of people who are outside that ecosystem or who are outside that world, and we do need to see how to involve a lot more people within that, so that would enable actually not only the technological growth, but the benefit on the wider world as well, and that would be sort of good for everyone. But if we don't have proper sets of rules or proper sets of sort of supporting mechanisms, I call it, or frameworks which would support the sort of a responsible implementation of the technology, then we will have a huge backlash and a lot of negativity associated to the technological growth, which is happening quite a lot now, and which is of something of the tremendous benefit to everybody.
Just to pick up on the point that you made, actually, Joanna, about not regulating everything. Like, how can we perhaps hope for, like, let's say, pick DeFi as an example? Like, how can we hope for DeFi to replace TradFi, for example? That's the kind of the goal. Without regulation, I understand that decentralized is by definition decentralized, and it's kind of not apparent how you can regulate it, but there is kind of, a bit of an issue here.
Yes and no. It depends on, again, what your view of the world is. I don't think DeFi will replace TradFi. I do believe that we will have, in medium-term wise, a hybrid format between traditional finance and decentralized finance that will ultimately lead to a decentralized economy of the internet, which is what I said. The reason why I said we should not heavily regulate DeFi is that I think we cannot currently. We, from the industry, are setting up standards around user protection, are trying to define ways via which we can protect the end user more, and that has to do with cybersecurity, and that has to do with audit, and that has to do with creating a decentralized reputation system that will be easier to operate within in a decentralized world. When I said, so this is what we're trying to do, right? If the regulator comes in, we need to create that analogy between TradFi and all of the instruments that you have in DeFi that emulate traditional financial instruments, yes, it works up to one point. Then you have instruments in DeFi that are native to decentralized finance, like perpetuals, and you have maximum extractable value. So new forms of finance, if you will, and mechanism designs that you do not have an analog for in the TradFi world. And I say it again, without being disrespectful, the regulators are not equipped to understand these things yet. I hope they will reach out to developers, to technical people within DeFi. I hope they will use on-chain specific tools to improve the education and to maybe they will reach the same conclusion by themselves. The fact that the industry does not promote the stance that we expect regulation, that does not mean that we are not on the side trying to find ways to protect the user, because that's ultimately the goal, to protect the user, right? And I mentioned hybrid form and that symbiosis between TradFi and DeFi. I think it's been largely understood in crypto for a while now that we've kind of reached the limit when it comes to creating on-chain value, and we need to import off-chain assets into crypto, specifically into decentralized finance. And that in itself, which presupposes collaboration with traditional financial institutions and off-chain environments, that will in itself promote a more regulatory-driven culture, right? So if a DeFi entity now has to, or the community or the DAO supporting a DeFi protocol now has to interact with the bank for whatever reasons, then there will be in that relationship some regulatory pressures that will apply organically. So there are ways to do it. I do feel that we should just give it a little bit of time and trust that developers and the major DeFi protocols are doing their best to ensure that the end user is protected. And maybe at one point we can see a collaboration amongst the institutions and DeFi and TradFi towards that ultimate goal, which, like I said, has to be about protecting the user and teaching the user to protect him or herself, which is another important part of the equation. We as people do not always need to delegate everything to others, because maybe they're not as well prepared, or even they're less prepared than ourselves. So DeFi offers, crypto offers this opportunity to further educate ourselves when it comes to using finance, when it comes to retaking ownership and responsibilities, when it comes to assets that we own or data that we own, etc. So let's use it. Let's not, again, create another system where we delegate responsibility and let the others decide what's best for us.
Yeah. On the subject of education, I think, Hugo, you can jump in terms of like educating, I guess, the regulators, as you mentioned, but also the users. There's two different sides and completely two different sort of animals. What are your thoughts on that?
Maybe regulators can become users of
hopefully,
DeFi as well.
Hopefully, yeah.
That would be a good start for them to better understand what they're regulating.
Yeah, but on this point, crypto and Web3 offer the opportunity for the world to see how things can be done differently in a more efficient way. If we go back to one of the original use cases that is now long forgotten, instant transfers or more affordable payment transfers around the world, like no one thinks about that these days in crypto, because the banks have adapted and they don't work like they did 15 years ago. And now we have SEPA payments in Europe, America's payments are getting better, international payments like with fintechs like Wise and others have become much more easy. And even though remittances are still like a market prone to be disrupted, no one in crypto cares about that anymore. And like with DeFi, it's exactly the same. And from an educational perspective to the regulator and to this conversation of too much or too less regulation, if we think about the current status of banks and with that context of the intermediaries and with the regulation focus there, maybe we have like an average of 8–10% of a bank's operating expenses for focus on compliance. If we have a different infrastructure for banking and for finance, and this can be enabled by Web3 and by crypto, and of course by DeFi, maybe within this infrastructure, we can create different kinds of banks that work with less need for regulation just by the nature of them. And we can remove those costs maybe to 1 or 2% of necessary compliance costs. And everyone will be happy, the regulators will be happy, the users will be happy, and we have less cost in society. And this is an efficiency that can be passed down to everyone. Finance is expensive. Finance is not accessible to the poor people, and by having better finance, we can have a better world by definition. And this is kind of the kind of first argumentation, but then experimentation, which will then create the case studies or the actual examples that convince regulators to really open their eyes to the potential that's here and just not treat this as a nice toy that's focused on innovation, just for the sake of theater and showing that we are doing nice and interesting and cool stuff. And when I think about education and when I think about the whole conversation we're having here, I think that's where the potential lies. As Johan was saying, is about having the regulators really playing with the technology, understanding how it can be this new infrastructure for various kinds of industry applications in the world. And whereas maybe internet was only for communication, crypto and Web3 is really this governance layer that makes organizations more efficient across a broad variety of sectors. And once we have the actual examples to show this, then the education becomes evident, because there's nothing better than seeing it with your own eyes, as opposed to being lectured upon. So,
Please, Rakesh.
Right, if I may, just a couple of sort of things from our kind of experience, how things have developed within the UN on the artificial intelligence side, and that would very much relate now to the Web3 as well. Sort of the debate on the AI started slightly earlier in that sense. So when we first started to discuss AI within the UN, there was a lot of negativity about it. Basically, AI was always portrayed as a negative and bad thing. So the lethal autonomous weapon systems, terrorists using it, the fraud and all deep fakes and everything else. Now, later on, we started to shift that discussion that obviously the risks are there, but there is a lot on the AI for good movement. And actually, I was one of the first ones which we sort of started to put together the AI for good movement, and showing a lot of use cases of how artificial intelligence can solve problems and how it could be sort of for the positive force as well. I'm running within our center a large project on how artificial intelligence combats sexual exploitation and abuse of children online. It's a global hub. We opened it. 83 countries are using it, a lot of law enforcement officers, and we're educating and providing hands-on trainings on that. And that sort of, when we showcase that in the General Assemblies or others, people are, wow, this is really great because it solves problems. Now, what on the Web3 side, so we started within the UN also like this sort of called the metaverse Web3 type of movements, how that could be used for the benefits. And the education here, or providing that knowledge, and I think that sort of reflects on your point as well, sort of that regulators or larger sort of policymakers should need to understand how these benefits, what are the benefits there, and how technology works. So therefore, that more of this kind of use cases we could create, or more of this kind of projects we could create within the United Nations, within the wider world, of course, within Europe and others as well, that would actually sort of bring this debate that, okay, this is not bad. Because right now, if you ask most of the people within the UN or top policymakers, crypto would not be understood as a positive force, would be understood as something that, okay, we should be worried about.
Why? Why is that?
Why is that? Because within those policymakers or within those groups, we have not had those discussions how crypto solves problems or how crypto can be a positive force. And this is a fact. I mean, we're not sort of saying that. We need to shift this, and we need to bring more of these cases to the top policymakers, that how crypto can solve problems, how it could be a positive force, and sort of drive with an example, show that, okay, this can be done like that, and crypto actually sort of is a solution and not used by criminals to hide money.
As
right?
in the traditional system.
As in yes.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
I will in a second. So the first, actually, I don't think Tina, my colleague, is in the room anymore. You'll hear her later. She's brilliant. Actually, Circle and Uniswap Labs have put a research report together, looking at remittances and how using on-chain FX and AMMs, automated market makers, they decrease the cost of remittances by 80%.
No, for sure.
So it's been put out last week. I think maybe send it to the group at UN.
So my point is not that it's actually on the contrary. I mean, of my personal belief. But what I'm saying is that we need to bring a lot more examples of that.
I agree.
To show how it is a positive force, and this is very much needed, because what you hear now in the top discussion circles is that how it could be used by terrorists, how it could be used by criminals, rather than how it could be used to save lives of people, how it could be, because we have some smaller projects within the UN where crypto has been sort of promoted. UNICEF has some fantastic projects. related to that. And a friend of mine, actually, who is running that lab, is doing that. We are trying to attempting to actually put together projects. And certainly we would be very happy and open to look for partnerships from the crypto industry, blockchain industry, to help us put together projects for blockchain for good, crypto for good, Web3 for good type of projects within the UN, so that we can later on showcase it. So if anyone interested in this room or here to support us within the UN to put together such projects, I'd be very open to discuss that possibility actually right after this panel.
Yeah, if possible, what I wanted a little bit to highlight in terms of what blockchain applications, distributed ledgers, and crypto as well part is really lacking, and where is a humongous gap. It actually links with cybersecurity, is the fact that, for example, smart contracts are frequently breached, and there are losses of humongous scale, like millions and millions are being transferred here and there, and things like that from one perspective should be resolved. And besides smart contracts, there are also, for example, for stable coins, there was this Luna coin situation where basically the programming was working properly, but it was from financial perspective in terms of collateral, it was not done well. So also some sort of thinking, not only technical but also financial part, the algorithms, the actual logic of algorithms also needs to be considered. So I would say that that is one of the very important aspects to have a look and to resolve, to say that yes, this is something that we can trust.
Can I back up a little bit to the origin of the question?
What was the question?
Yeah, we sort of drifted away with which one.
No worries. So regarding, I would say that policymakers and regulators cannot regulate based on headlines.
Agreed.
Cannot regulate based on headlines. And I have two examples on this. For instance, on the digital identity, European Digital Identity Framework, a section of the file was removed by the European Parliament. That section was about electronic ledgers. Not a specific technology, electronic ledgers as a concept, in order to be able for electronic ledgers to be a part of the architecture of the framework, of a digital identity framework, which has the ambition to equip European citizens, 80% of European citizens until 2030, if I'm not mistaken, with an electronic wallet. And this is based on misconceptions or leading of perhaps the energy consumption side of blockchains, and the fact that the technology is evolving and the protocols are evolving into less energy. I think this is, for instance, an example of a preconception of something that is anchored on the idea that all blockchains are not energy friendly, when this is again a misconception. On the notion of DeFi. On DeFi, we were talking about DeFi, and for instance, there's a consultation that is ongoing from the Autorité des contrôles prudentiels français, so Banque de France, on DeFi, and it's trying to actually get a sense. It's perhaps one of the first consultation on DeFi. And for instance, we as INATBA, we are trying for a longer work in terms of providing, for instance, open standards, not being technical standards, but open standards for for DeFi actually to evolve. So there are ways in terms of education also that we can educate policymakers and regulators. For instance, our education working group has just launched, and I invite you all to read it, a report, Adapt or Flourish, Web3 skill set, and for navigating, for evolving in this space. We intend to actually raise awareness with policymakers, but also with educational authorities, national authorities, to actually put this on curriculums. So there's a lot of work in terms of education and in this space. There's a lot of work to eradicate some of the misconceptions. And for instance, on the energy side, there's projects, for instance, from AIoT, for example, on test beds, on blockchain protocols. And let's go for the evidence. Let's not stick to only to the headlines and only for the bad things that are actually reported, more than, of course, the positive things.
Yeah, to that, I just want to share a very well-thought syntagma that the CEO of Futureverse came up with, and he was describing crypto as the liquid attention economy, because 10% is about sensationalism, it's in the media, and this is what, unfortunately, is representative for the industry when it comes to not just masses, but regulators and global fora for policy, etc., while 90% of the developers actually work, not just the developers, but mainly the developers. I'm a tech-driven person. I appreciate their work because they're able to build things. So 90% of people in crypto work towards building relevant stuff for humanity, yet 10% of scandals and nefarious characters take the spotlight because, again, we are in the liquid attention economy, and virality is the main element. And now you attach money to that virality, and so here you go.
Yeah.
You have a distorted version of reality.
And all new technology attracts criminals. It's
Oh, yeah.
part of the attraction of new technology.
Yes.
And that's why I was saying that it's so pivotal to show the real sort of life examples of those sort of positive, force positive, to show real examples of how this can solve problems, and then sort of showcase it on a high level and scale it up so that actually you don't have those negative headlines, but you have real examples which it could be sort of shown on a larger scale.
But you have to agree with me that positive things do not attract attention as much as scandal, right?
Certainly, I fully agree with that. That's why we need to show a lot more positive things to attract more, sort of to balance it out. I mean, that's very much needed, and that's why it is so important to have that type of stakeholder collaboration among crypto industry, regulators, governments, put together on an international scale to showcase, to educate, to inform the policymakers so that this is not a negative thing, but this is actually a lot positive involved in this, which solves problems in a responsible way.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
We could just create a Disney DAO to sponsor a Disney movie about blockchain technology. And the new generation of users in 10 years, they will become university students. In 20 regulators, they will just love crypto.
Correct. Yeah, this is something that could happen. I don't see any crypto protocol designers rushing in to become politicians. And even if they do, and that's also
well,
important.
Sam was.
Yes, but even if they do, it's just a couple of people. If I'm guessing people in the audience understand the machinations involved in playing the political game at European level. You're nothing. If you're just 5 people, you will get eaten away by the largest political group. Yes. So it's not as relevant. I mean, you have 1 person, 2, 3, it's not enough. You need to create a real movement. And you need to bring tech in front, make people understand what's being built.
Yeah, that's why those examples which I'm talking about, it's very, very important, because that's when you have the real collaboration among the ones who are making it, among the ones who are making the policies, and they work together to showcase the sort of those positive examples. Because otherwise, certainly, this traditional policy making in the world is not going to go away that fast. I mean, this is going to remain. Governments will remain, and international organizations will remain. Some may not like it or not, but this is there to stay for some time, at least.
It's so funny because whatever I say is being reinterpreted. I'm this rebel. I don't want policy. I don't want the government.
We have forgotten that.
I'm not advocating for the. No, I still want these structures to exist.
Sure.
I just feel that they should be more representative of where we are
100%,
today in society.
100% agree. Certainly, there has to be more representative.
Yeah.
And how do you do that? Either you have these guys who are making it, going into the politics, or you create those collaborations, which these two groups work together and showcase things together. And I think the latter one is a lot more realistic, right?
I think it's about creating the right incentive.
Yeah, right
Does not
incentives, right
need
examples.
to be a monetary one.
Yeah.
The right incentive. For now, we don't have it. But we
Yeah, it's
will work
probably
towards
not
it.
the right crowd to expect a lot of politicians to come from, right? I mean, from the, well, I guess we're sticking with the regulatory side. It sounds like crypto is a tough sell when it comes to persuading that, you know, the bad headlines, hopefully not ours, are not something to concentrate on, because there are plenty of things, good things. But what would you say would be a good example of a good thing to showcase? What would convince someone who perhaps doesn't understand the technology, doesn't understand that it's actually quite silly to use things like Bitcoin for bad purposes, right? Because it's all visible, unlike the banking system. Like, what would you say would be a good example for you to showcase and say, look, this is why this is important, this is why it matters, this is why it's the future?
Right, I mean, for example, you know, it's actually pretty simple. I mean, so at the UN we have something called Sustainable Development Goals, and it's a pretty big thing, Agenda 2030, 17 goals and all of that. If we can show that how Bitcoin or crypto in general can solve some of this or contribute to the solution of Sustainable Development Goals, and we can show the clear examples of that, I mean, that would be a sort of fantastic way of showing it to the face of the regulators, policymakers, that, okay, this thing solves problem, that's how it does it, and that's how we educate. Because, look, I mean, if you see this sort of even sort of age of higher level sort of policymakers within UN, it's a sort of an older age, they don't know how to use crypto, they never used it, they don't know how to use a lot of technology. When I first time started to set up the AI center in The Hague, one of the policymakers we were talking about, they were not even using smartphones. So, I mean, this is the type of reality we do have, unfortunately. So those examples I'm talking about is very, very important to show in a simple way. This solves this problem, and that actually benefits so many people. And this is a real thing. This is a real project. This is a real example. Showcase it, scale it up, show it here and there. And those Sustainable Development Goals are quite actually good goals to achieve, and there's a lot of work needed to be done, and could be fantastic examples to showcase.
Rapolas, I want to put the same question to you. What does crypto need to do to kind of get on the good side with the regulators?
So crypto is welcome to consider applicable rules, regulations, and that is very important. Another one is from cybersecurity. Make sure that it's cyber secure, because in a lot of cases, blockchain is an immutable technology, it's trusted technology, it is being shown as such. However, we have situations where, let's say, there is a breach of something, some value is lost instead of safely transferred. Also, if there are concerns of, I don't know, money laundering or terrorist financing or things like that, so definitely this shouldn't be the case. It's important to show that it's not taking place in crypto area, and also the use cases, if there are successful implementations, they need to be clearly visible. And actually, from the side of the European Commission, and even from the implementation side, we have this European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, which is already taking some steps, and it is being implemented. So it is not that basically regulatory people are not aware about blockchain and its benefits, but of course this could be strengthened, and that dialogue definitely is in place, but it could be stronger as well.
Is there like an element that they understand that they should cut some slack for this new space? Because, well, there is going to be some bad stuff happening, but it's all about understanding that, you know, going forward and working together with the industry and, you know, those people that are championing for the industry. Like, it will make that percentage of the overall kind of volume, I'd say, like, the bad stuff is going to decrease even further. Like, for example, you know, we're always comparing the numbers, right? Comparing, you know, what's happening with the dollar and how much of the bad stuff is happening in terms of cash transactions versus, like, crypto. And we've got these researchers that telling us that crypto is just like percent, right, at most 0.5%. But that's the area where the regulators can concentrate on. And like the bigger stories like FTX, you know, they set us back years, if not, you know, more. Like, is there kind of a way we can shift that mentality together, maybe?
Of course, every industry is performing some advocacy towards policymakers, and this is how it is. So I would say this sort of advocacy efforts probably are possible and could be implemented.
I would say,
No, I just wanted to say I love the reply. Crypto is welcome to comply with the regulation. I liked your initial reply. Okay, point taken. Sorry. Go on.
no, sorry. I would sum it up in usage. Using and demonstrating it's more than a speculative asset. And if actually it demonstrates the easy that make it easy, and you want to mention one of remittances, definitely, and everyone that is used to traveling a lot and using and being charged for high commissions only to take out money that is ours. See the use, the need for this cross-border development in terms of being faster and cheaper. So I would say for crypto, it's usage, and
So-
that is with some traction, and we will speed up at one point.
So perhaps some use cases like digital identities, like tokenization of assets, maybe like something more...
Tokenization of real assets,
Yeah.
to be estimated roughly in
Yes, all
16
the banks.
trillion.
So, yeah, last year, all the banks issued metaverse report estimations of over 20-30 trillion by 2040, 2030. Now, this year it's about tokenization, which is not a new. Honestly, tokenization has been talked about a lot back in 2017, 2018. It's not a new thing. It was probably the only palatable way to package any insertion into crypto for a traditional financial institution. Yes, of course, it has resurfaced, and it is a use case. And yes, the estimations are probably correct. And it goes back to what I was saying earlier about having to move off-chain value on-chain, and this is one way to do it. But it's not, I mean, we do not need to shy away from the non-palatable use cases, which is next-gen DeFi. I think what we need to change is the filter via which we analyze crypto. We all here, or most of us, we analyze it via the developed economy filter. In other parts of the world, it is not as seamless, it is not as straightforward to have access to the banking system, to be able to even have an ID, to be able to take part in the global economy or even your jurisdictional economy. So for those jurisdictions, crypto actually is the only viable system that allows this to happen. I don't see anything else being developed anytime soon. So we need to perfect what we have, and we need to understand that it does solve real-world problems. And like I said again before, sometimes the technology just appears because it's mature enough to be out there, and we don't only need to focus on just showcasing the good. Yes, to me, the fact that we will have more self-aware, more educated individuals is good enough. Re-empowering the individuals in terms of how they have knowledge, how they get knowledge, and how they utilize that knowledge. And I can tell you for a fact that 10 years ago, no one was talking about how the financial system works. No one was emulating, no one was thinking, okay, high interest rates, maybe I should move my money in T-bills or, I don't know, money market funds. DeFi has created that user-driven ability to test with finance because it allows access for individuals who are not accredited investors, et cetera, right? So there's a lot of good that is happening. I feel like we're always pressured to showcase, okay, the good, the good. Well, yeah, there's a lot of good. And to me, it ultimately comes down to re-empowering the individual and, of course, all of the other benefits, making the individual sophisticated again. This is what we need.
Well, we're probably looking at another bigger financial kind of crisis coming in, or maybe we're already in one.
Sorry about tokenization, but it just irritates me because I hear it all the time, and I know how frustrated I was in 2018, where the only way banks would interact with crypto was...
It doesn't need only to solve problems. It can create opportunities.
Exactly.
And I would say that is
correct.
Definitely
and that was
the end message.
What I was going to lead to, because like at times like these, like crypto, if it's regulated in a way that doesn't stifle it, can help. And that's indeed what we're looking for. So like, not perhaps replacing if we change the narrative of, so we're here to help instead of replace, and look what we can do for you. Just give us some room to breathe. Maybe that could be the approach.
Yeah, fair enough.
Definitely, yeah.
Well, in that case, it's probably a good point to end on. I guess international cooperation and making sure that we get the good news out there so that the regulators can see it for themselves. Well, thank you very much.
Thank
Give
you.
it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear guests, we're going to start the second panel discussion just in a minute, and after that we are going to have a lunch. So I would like to invite the speakers for the second panel in a couple minutes. One, two, yep. Dear colleagues, please be seated. We are going to start our second panel discussion. So, a couple words about it. Europe has a unique chance in history to establish itself as a technology and practice hub for the future of governance and Web3, becoming the blueprint and the source of information for others and defining the way forward for humanity. The next discussion will try to answer the question: is there a viable strategy and resources to accomplish this goal? Please welcome our speakers, and the moderator is Anastasia Kalinina. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, if we can just get seated and possibly close the door. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. All right. So this session, we're actually very appreciative of the previous one, because that way we have laid the foundation and an understanding of what we're dealing with. And with this session, we just want to take things into more of the pragmatic approach and understand that certain things are just inevitable. So the question is only how do we proceed knowing that they are inevitable. I invite all of us participating in this discussion to also take a global view on things, even though we have a very sharp focus on Europe. But we need to understand that around the world, the change is happening, and the effect that Web3 is causing on governments, on businesses, on civil society is quite undeniable. That is also supported by all sorts of experimentation happening around the world in different jurisdictions, with the support of the governments or without. You know, I was just in Montenegro for something that is quite new. It's a pop-up city that's called Zuzalu, a city that has emerged for 2 months and will disappear in about a week, with 200 people getting together, experimenting on regulations, experimenting on longevity research, on AI, on blockchain, and just getting together to form new sorts of communities, new sorts of platforms. So inevitably, we'll get to a point where things are just happening. And the question is, will governments catch up with it, or will they have to catch up about a decade after, which largely has happened with Web2 layer. So we're here to explore together what can be pragmatically done on the level of governments and in governance that can put Europe into a position where it's leading the way instead of catching up where it might be a little late. And for this wonderful discussion, I would like to introduce my fellow panelists. Isor Korsenet is the founder of Ascent, and she's an author of Sovereign 3.0, powered by Steinberg Protocol. She specializes on public-private partnerships in the digital sustainability field. We also have Stefan Puya, who is a Chief Strategy Officer and Managing Director of The Digital Economist. And he's also a founder of multiple companies with extensive background in finance and banking. And for those of you who are not aware, Digital Economist is an impact advisory and investment ecosystem that brings together globally leading expertise in academia, environment, technology, and policy making to achieve better human and planetary outcomes. Online, we have Ms. Abir Haddad. She's the founder and director of Institute of Legal Transformations. It is a research institute that specializes on researching the law of the future. And thematically, the Institute focuses on legal adjustments to the climate crisis, exponential technologies, and disruptive shifts in societies. So we have a well-rounded panel to imagine the future and also speak about what the pragmatic approaches could be. So I would invite you to just talk to us a little bit about your own field and where you're coming from, to set the scene for how we can pragmatically move towards Europe as a leader in these movements, and whether you think it's timely, necessary, and how we could get this done. We would like to start with you, Isabel.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Anastasia. I'd like to open with a quote from a French author and philosopher called Jean Badrouillat that says, "Seduction is the tool that takes down governing bodies of power." And Web 3.0 is very seductive indeed. It sits at the crossfield of economic, ecological problems, societal problematics, and it empowers people who have never been able to play with these kinds of tools before. So I believe that addressing these very down-to-earth use cases in governance will allow us to get a grasp of that seductive tool before it actually rolls out of governance. So looking at my expertise, by day I'm head of public affairs for a new project, taking carbon credits on chain, and by night I'm a writer, writing on governance in a digital world. So the premise of the book is to speak plainly to anybody on the street that is not an expert in this field. Because we keep saying DLTs, DKMIs, PKIs, blockchain technologies, and people just kind of nod their heads and say, yes, I understand, but not really, actually. So governing is not just for experts, it's for everybody. And the book is to be augmented, meaning that we want to use with the investment fund that's powering the book, the Web 3.0 technologies, to make sure that when you read the page, you can scan the page with a phone and have the items and the concept pop out of the book. So it will look at use cases from national, European, and international perspectives. And I'm very, very happy to be able to share a little bit of what I've been able to collect here and over in the world here with you today.
Fantastic. Stefan, given your background in financial systems, we have seen just recently a cascade of disasters, so to speak, starting with the fallout of Silicon Valley Bank and then followed by the meltdown of Credit Suisse, which reveals the fragility of existing systems. Now, my question to you is, do you think Web3 could be a solution largely to some of those questions?
Well, first of all, thank you for Web3 Summit to invite the digital economists in this wonderful place. Let me share with you some very important elements, because I don't think that you could have selected a better venue than the library of Solvay. It is actually the finest architecture of eclectics art. And it was funded by Solvay, obviously, but made purposely for the socialist Edouard Welmex, who is just at the heart of this phenomenon that we're living. This social impact of Web3 and how this is going to revolutionize the way we are operating is just what has happened in 1902 when they created that wonderful library. So when I looked at Web3 myself, with my little understanding of all this jargon that is popping up every single day, I realized that we are just like here in this library, at the beginning of the encyclopedia, but we are still at the indexes. We are not even in the book yet. And we are going to create a book, which will be obviously a digital book, like this wonderful place, maybe in a metaverse type of library. I have no idea. But what I really believe is that the engineers and the thinker that are in this room and that are focusing in that new types of communications are way ahead of the game that traditional bankers like I have been for 20 years are. When I graduated in, no, I'm not going to say it, people will figure out my age. But when I graduated from Polytechnic School of Lausanne, we learned, public keys and private keys. 30 years down the road, sorry, I said now I got it right. Anyway, 30 years down the road, right? We still try to figure out how to spell it. And Yona, I think the lady that was there from Citibank earlier, she was just mentioning that, within large banks, I'm not going to repeat which bank she was in, but, very much the case where we took those engineers on the side, a bit like Kodak when the digital camera came. And we say, okay, guys, you're nice kids, just play on the ground, on the side, and everything will be fine, right? Well, the truth of the matter is that now everybody has a digital phone, and everybody uses digital cameras. And, I mean, my kids don't even understand anything else than that. And we are exactly at the same massive transformation. Web3 is going to completely change the way we are operating. And some good, some less good. That's where the digital economist is very focused on, very focused on. We are, I like to put things forward, so to project myself 20 years down the road. And on top of that, I project myself with my 4 kids with me, right? So I'm like, what future are they going to have in 20 years from now? And when I was developing my career, I was benchmarked against other humans. Now, this is very important. I was benchmarked against other humans. Every single annual performance, I was rewarded based on the type of value I was able to bring to this company. Relatively speaking to my peers, which were human peers, right? And I am a very progressist, so I enjoy technology, I embrace technology, but I also project technology. In 20 years from now, there will be computers against computers. Human, as it is today the case, with digital phones or cameras or musics. I love musics. I have a real piano, but everybody is telling me that the hearing of digital musics has overpassed humankind, big time, right? So it's a fact. Technology is going to supersede us. So then the next question is, how do you, as a human species, interact with technology? We cannot benchmark ourselves against technology because they will beat us for sure.
They win.
So that's done. But we are at AI 1.0, right? We're at WEB3, right? In my head, we are already at probably Web 10, right? And the world is going to be completely different. And technology is going to save the ability that, we talked about fraud earlier, we talked about, social disorders and terrorisms and things like that, but there's also food security and climate deterioration. Technology is going to help us because as human, I'm not saying we have failed, but we're not being very, very good. And technology is going to bring this capability of, putting farming at places where humankind would have never been able to do that, right? So I'm convinced that actually computers are going to actually master and slave computer themselves, and we're going to observe that, and the whole question is that, what do we do with that, right? What is our new social contract, and how do we create the society of tomorrow? So you have to a bit project yourself, obviously, but as I said, this is an encyclopedia. The numbers of authors like yourself and others, are going to change the interactions that we have, probably for the good. But it has to be done with some thought process. So I stop here.
Thank you so much, Stefan. And there is this notion of hyperstition, which is projecting yourself into the future based on the intuition you have about the future and making things happen as you follow the steps towards that vision. And in a way, we are already doing this with conferences like this. We're projecting ourselves into the future and taking the steps that we know are necessary to get there. So it's an interesting one to explore. But Abir, if you could also join us to speak from your perspective, which is a legal perspective, where do you see the developments on that front?
Thank you very much for having me here, for the invitation, and I'm really sorry that I cannot attend in person, but I'm happy that I can join you virtually at least. Enjoyed very much the talk of my previous co-panelists, and sorry, I'm a little bit sick. So I'm a lawyer, and as a lawyer, when I think about, or when the topic Web3 pops up, always normally in my mind, on every lawyer's mind, we think about cryptocurrencies, digital assets, and regulating digital assets, like in the European Union lately released MiCA, like regulation on crypto or digital assets. So, but sadly, people focus on that, or lawyers or regulation focus on that, and they don't see and realize the potential of Web3 and blockchain technology, which can be used not only to be regulated, but also for regulation. Why am I saying this? Because If we go back into back to what law is and what law should be, law is in the end just a code, right? The civil code, the French civil code, is basically a code, and every law we write is basically a code we agree on, or the government, let's say, release in agreement with with the people. Not in every country like this, but most of the countries, let's say, this is the ideal way. So if we start rethinking, and this is what I'm inviting people for, and this is what we do at the Institute for Legal Transformation, we do research on the law of the future, and we try to create and reshape the law for the future. We invite you, and we invite lawyers and governments to rethink how they can encode their values, their agreements with the people on a different level. Not only passing laws through parliament, writing it there somewhere. You can read paragraph this and that. This is what we studied. This is how we were trained as lawyers. Basically, what we learned and how we're trained is law is just, again, a code based on an if-then algorithm, let's say, of following. So if you do that, then this happen. If you do that, then you breach this and that law, and these are the consequences. So basically, that's why lawyers and developers should have like an easy time to communicate, which is not the case. But basically, if you think about it that way, then law is encodable. So why don't we think about coding in a digital way, which can be blockchain based? So, for example, many things can be done by governments on a smart contract level. So again, smart contract is, I'm talking from my perspective as a lawyer and from my field and from my peers, it's not very much known, and not everyone knows how to the potential of it. So that's where I love what you're doing here. I love that you're raising awareness. I love that you're informing others of the potential of Web3 technology or blockchain-based technology, or I hope at some point also smart contracts. So smart contracts can be used for governments. For example, I mean, the far, far future, if I think about democracy and how democracy will change, I would think about parties. Each party would have a smart contract, for example, which then would implement itself. So me as a citizen of a country or a nation, or maybe I would vote in completely other, like geographical place, I would vote for a smart contract would tell me if I put my token, or if I give my token to this, or I buy a token, or however one would do it, from this smart contract or from this DAO, this and this will happen if this and this happens. So I would vote for one smart contract, which then could implement this stuff. This is just future music, and because we were just talking about the future, this is one version of how it can be used. Also, DAOs, the smart contract, can be used for recently, really like in our times when people need to flee their homes because of war. So you can create a DAO out of a city, or the people of this small town could create a DAO or be part of a DAO, and even if they leave the place, they can still be part of this DAO and their community, hoping that they would come back at one point. So what I want to say is, rather than just seeing Web3 technology as something which needs to be regulated by the regulators, by the government, because of many negative sides, let's say, of cryptocurrency, which we can see, I would also invite to see the positive and the potential, the immense potential for government and for regulation, because again, it's just a code on another level. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Abir. Okay, now that we've heard some initial ideas for more pragmatic implementation of Web3 in governance, we would like to show a presentation which is a path forward to take it into a more pragmatic level. And this is something that we do as an alliance of different NGOs and think tanks. And importantly, we do it as a global effort. But we would very much like to see something like this emerging in Europe specifically, because Europe brings a specific set of values that could and should influence how these things are done. So I represent the Restate Foundation. We focus on the future of governance and global collaboration. We look at the variety of tools that make governance more decentralized, inclusive, participatory, human-centric, driven by technology. And Restate is one actor in bringing this to life, but we also have a variety of think tanks and NGOs, Global Transformation Institute, Institute for Cognitive Modeling, Eurasia Institute, Digital Economies, like everybody is welcome to join this effort. But I wanted to just walk you through what we're currently building to understand how Web3 is influencing governance and governments, and invite more of our European stakeholders to join the initiative. I don't have to preach to the converted here about how efficient and effective public sector governance can be a deal breaker in so many variables that affect overall performance of economies. I would argue, if we talk about competitiveness of economies, this is by far a large determinant of the success. It's pretty clear that the new public management theory, which was driving the understanding of governance in the previous decade, is coming to the end. But we do not have anything that is potentially replacing it. There is no theoretical framework that, tries to converge all the emerging technologies and the future trends and what we've learned from the COVID times, where digital acceleration became not something that is nice to have, but a must-have. And a lot of human-centric design tools are emerging, yet we did not combine everything yet into a framework that could be applied to our thinking about the future of governance moving forward. So as an alliance of NGOs, we've come up with a notion of future-proof governance, which is a participatory, collaborative, inclusive governance practices that are delivered to citizens around the public value, and preparing governments around the world for opportunities and risks. And of course, it embraces the technological field with all the brilliant innovations that are happening there as we speak. Most importantly, Web3 and AI and digital ledger technologies and other emerging technologies. We believe that Europe must be a driver of these processes, in fact, because the very values of what Europe embodies actually shows that transparency and accountability should be at the heart of it. So we always say, if you could not prevent something from happening, you might as well just lead it and take it over. And this is our call to Europe to actually join and potentially lead the movement of understanding what governments, how they could benefit from the Web3 arrangements. Now, the context is there. Europe, by its values and its standards, it has a history of durable institutions that were driving the change. All the members of the EU actually upped their governance game when they joined, and there are a variety of opportunities right now, a lot of agile governance initiatives all around Europe happening simultaneously. And the external dimension of that is global gateway strategy and all else. Now, how do we make sure that Europe leads the way in transitioning from the new public management model onto the future-proof governance model? So what we are creating is a global center of excellence for the future of governance and Web3. We want to have a branch in Europe, for sure. And basically, this has a purpose of understanding what future-proof governance is and how Web3 informs its development. The goals of the center will be to develop a comprehensive framework to understand the future of governance, understand the specific role Web3 is playing there, and create a learning center for governments around the world to pick up the theories and learn how this could be implemented. So we basically want to make Web3-powered governance a reality, even though we know that it will take several years to get there. Additional goals could be focused around advanced research on decentralized digital identities, participatory tools, so much of what we're talking about here. And of course, we will be convening international partners like the European Web3 Summit does right now to be taking this to pragmatic implementation. Now, I'm not going to bore you with too much of the theory, but just to underline that future-proof governance is not just academic studies or foresight scenarios. It's comprehensively assessing the potential of governments for transformation and understanding what Web3 as a tool could do to it already now with a view of what it could be later. So we've identified 6 focus areas, from future-ready strategic-focused practices all the way to open digital infrastructure and new generation of governance as a platform. And we will find ways to share this presentation, so I don't have to go into the nitty-gritty of it. But the comprehensive tools are actually there. And of course, with the help of other think tanks and institutions, we can only develop it further. And also for Europe specifically, we suggest Web3 as a focus of the developments. We could create educational modules. Clearly, so many Web3 professionals who are in the room could help bring it to the reality and really educate governments of what Web3 is. Because let's be real, that's not always the case that people understand and policymakers understand what it could be. So if we don't want to miss the Web3 moment, just like I would assume governments have with the Web2 when it just gets started, we could clearly take it on with a lot of benefits for the citizens, especially now that the trust in public institutions is at the all-time low. Only 38% of people in the recent study said that they feel like a valued customer when it comes to governments. And now Web3 is making things more decentralized. It could help drive the user-centric approaches, and so it's definitely a go-to strategy when it comes to that. But it could also be beneficial for governments themselves. Right now, as we're building a full-fledged ecosystem, it's still quite far off. But already now, we could improve the data quality and the use of analytics. We can improve principles of storing data in readable ways, adopt microservices, and adopt overall philosophy of more agile governments and governance at large. Our call to action for you would be to talk with a lot of us here representing civil society largely to see how we can make it a reality. Of course, we would need political will to make it happen. But surely we don't want to miss this unique opportunity and this very special moment. Now with this, I would like to open it for feedback from our panelists primarily, but also from you in the room. I think we started a bit late, but we can easily take another 20, 25 minutes just to converse about it and share views. And I'd like to start with you, Isabel.
Isor.
Isor, yes. Sorry, fine. Isor. And just share your understanding and your vision for things like this.
Thank you for the presentation. We're late, just so everybody in the room knows. Dubai right now have what they call the court of blockchain. The court of blockchain is that every single paper is tokenized as an NFT and everything is traceable. And they're going to win 3 billion over the course of just 1 year. That's Dubai. Australia, they're winning too. Nobody hears about them. They don't talk. They don't do conferences. They just do. They act. The US right now have taken a peculiar stance. Some might say debatable, but it's a stance. Why should Europe be the center of regulations and of governance in Web3? Why should we? We missed the 2000s. We let the US go away with GAFAMs. Who can quote one European GAFAM? I can't. We have some of the best engineers, the best experts, the best regulatory thinking bodies that have been the main peacemakers of this world. We can do it, but we need to actually start doing things. We're talking about the EBSI, for example. That initiative was launched in, I think, 2017, 2018. What's happening? I think Ireland has a node. Luxembourg has a node. I think Brussels also as well. But what's the infrastructure? Is it Hyperledger? Is it permissionless? Is it actually on an ecosystem? So I actually asked the question this morning to a few friends of mine who work at Cosmos and Ledger. Their answer was, you either go on a fully permissioned private blockchain, and you make sure that everybody's connected to it, so it has to be interoperable, or you use an IBC, that's Internet of Blockchain, that Cosmos is using with either Ethermint or Tendermint. So that would be my first step forward, actually agreeing on major stakeholders and leaders sitting around a table saying, okay, we're going to do decentralized, centralized blockchains. Once that choice is made, fine, what do we do next? We choose an ecosystem, and then we connect with the ecosystem, and we make sure that it grows.
Thank you so much, Izor. Stefan, your take?
Well, I want to share three things. First and foremost, I enjoy very much this panel. It's a privilege for me to be a gender inequality. And I really enjoy it, I have to be honest. So I don't mind, this equilibrium. The second thing is that I think when it comes to technology, George Orwell had made a very important point back in 1949 when he was projecting not big data, but Big Brother. And everybody was quite concerned about Big Brother, Are we going to be surveilled all the time? Our privacy is going to go away and that people will know exactly where I go, what I think, what I say? And that fear is just growing. It is not disappearing. And what we don't really realize all the time is that, as you mentioned earlier, we use so many jargon, so many complicated things, that the first thing that it creates in a normal human being is fear. What the hell is going on? Everything is going to be controlled, digital, not digital, whatever it is, decentralized, not decentralized. People are lost. It's way beyond their understanding. So we need to be careful with that. Which leads to the third point, which is probably the one that is the most, enlightening to me, which is that we all know in this room that we move from Web 2, storage of data, to Web 3, storage of values. But we also know, if we are business people, that storage of value is what drives individual incentive. And when individual incentives kicks in, and it's not individual as individual humankind, it's country incentive. Yeah. France, Europe, US, Australia, you name it, right? So I think we are touching a nerve, right, which is going to be an interesting evolution. It is going to seriously disrupt the equilibrium. It's not going to be a walk in the park. We've seen this, that a lot of people are taking advantage of the chaos to try to make a good benefit out of it. So I think we need to be very, very careful on what does it mean to actually develop a new social economy based on this decentralized value storage. And how do we create a governance-centric ecosystem, which, by the way, for me, I've been spending 20 years around the world, maybe too much, actually, but anyway, around the world. And one of the things I learned is that be it ESG, or be it cross-border finance, or governance, technology, the world is becoming global. And we know, we all talk about de-dollarizations and relocalization, which are part of actually a new modern globalization. But it is a new modern globalization. The SaaS platforms that are out there, they are all global. I don't know anyone who says it's only for my French little friends in the south of France. It just doesn't exist, right? Everyone has a business model that says everybody will come to my platform and it will be wonderful, everything will be fine. So I think that this new harmony, because I really believe it's going to be a very nice journey, right? I'm very positive, but we need to cater for biodiversity extinction, and we need to react quickly because this is happening faster than I wanted, and I don't want to tell my kids that, I still drive my big SUV to the end of oil, exploitation, because I didn't really care about the next generation down the road. So I think we have to come together. We have to build this governance together in a very open and wise way. But resistance is not just a lack of education, is what I'm trying to say. There's a lot of vested interest out there, and how do you align the stars to move the needle is the challenge I think, all have. But I'm all for it.
That sounds very optimistic. Now, there is a certain reemergence of the term cosmo-localism, which suggests that things will actually become hyper-local, in a sense, when it comes to localizing production, supply chains, everything will be hyper-local, and the values of the human beings will be focused around the localism. Yet, the cosmo part of it, the global part of it, is that we're inextricably intertwined, all of us, and we're facing challenges that we could only solve together. So cosmo-localism would be a dichotomy that will define the next decade easily, because you have to sort of be in one dimension at the same time, attending to both while making sure we do not destroy the planet. But that's another kind of conversation. Abir, can we please hear from you some of your reactions and feedback, please?
Yeah, sure. First of all, congratulations on this amazing idea or approach and initiative. I think it's very much needed. What I would like to highlight is your interdisciplinary approach. And I think this is very much important. Again, I always take the view of a regulator or a lawyer. And so I think, and I do believe, and we at the Institute for Legal Transformation, we do believe that lawyers, that let's say the law-making process and regulation shouldn't be only on the shoulders of lawyers. Although it's not the case for sure, but now also, but I think we need a more interdisciplinary approach, and this is what you're providing. I think everything needs to be let's say regulating approaches needs to be done interdisciplinary with the people, like with experts from the field, in this case, Web3, not only Web3, also sociology, psychology, because everything will have an impact on this society. So I believe that the approach we had till now is kind of, again, I'm talking, if we talk about Europe, then it's a parliamentarian system. Then it's, okay, we have somewhere a problem popping up. Courts need to deal with these issues, but the regulation is missing. So the parliament would issue kind of a draft for regulation, and kind of I try to make it very easy. Expert groups gather to create these drafts, which will then go through the parliament and be discussed in the parliament. This process can take years, right? The problem here is now that at least in Germany, in our case, that the civil society or organizations from are, I need to say it in a very, very kind way. They're allowed to give their opinion, right? So they can comment on the draft, but they're not involved in the lawmaking process from the very beginning. And I think this would be this interdisciplinary approach from the very beginning would change a lot, would lead to more innovative, more agile regulation process, definitely. And I think that what you do, what you provide, what you would provide with the center would be definitely such an approach. So because you mentioned also foresight scenarios, and we're talking a lot about the future, and we can imagine incredible futures also, how we fight climate change with DAOs, carbon. So we can imagine all these futures. The problem is if we need to start now. So we need to implement all these scenarios or all these ideas now into our policies, let's say, and the language of our policies is mostly regulation. So when it comes to regulating these innovative ideas, things get stuck. Why? Because again, this is what I explained at the very beginning. This is how we trained. If then, and this is how our legal system works. That's why we try to rethink the legal system, the legal approach. We try to focus on the mindset change for regulators and lawyers and legal professionals, not to convince anyone that this and this would be better. No, it's just like to go back to legal philosophy, legal history, and legal theory, and work with that on how we can redefine the regulating tools, how we can use new tools for regulation, and how can we take new regulating approaches which would make us, which would enable us to keep up with the pace of technology, not only Web3 technology, also artificial intelligence, space law. Like these are the things which are developing so fast. We work with governments on these topics, and in order to enable them to regulate these things at all, they need the right mindset for that. And this is what we work on. Why? Because we believe if you can not find the current system, just create an alternative system which makes the old one obsolete. This is by a quote by Buckminster Fuller. And so I think this is what will happen. So people, just like you mentioned, Anastasia, are gathering, creating small communities all over the world. Me, myself, I'm part of such a community. Because I think also more and more people realize that they can build these governance structures on their own, and they're not bound to geographical boundaries. So in order for governments to survive, not only to survive, to not become obsolete, they need to rethink themselves, and they need to rethink their duty for the citizens, and also they need to rethink their governance tools, which are the law, in my case, at least in my field. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Anastasia, do you think I can just interlope on the legal point of view?
Oh, absolutely.
Just to answer the how long is it actually going to take? I asked a question to His Excellency, the Minister of Economy, Al Mari, in Dubai. So how did they manage to actually get and beat the curve? And they said, we just did. In 2018, we created a special task force to analyze what was happening in the Web3 industry. We realized we couldn't beat it, so we were going to go with the flow, work with them hand in hand, invite them over to our table. That's a mindset that we still don't have here in Europe. And they're tired of talking. They're not going to help or aid right now. They've done enough talks. So actually, it takes about a year and a half, I'd say 2 years, to just shift a legal system. They were using part of common law and Sharia law, so it kind of bridges Western and Eastern civilizations in a sense, and they managed to make it something usable. And now they're actually finishing regulation on metaverse and AI. They have the first ministry of AI worldwide. So I'd say just stop talking and start doing.
Love it. Thank you so much, Azor. That's a very timely comment. Now, would like to open it to the audience here. If anybody feels moved to comment or ask a question, can we get a microphone over here, please, in the first row? Just some quick comments, reactions, questions, maybe.
Thank you very much for the very interactive discussion that we have here. My name is Ala Abudaka. I am the founding director of Access Advisors, the public affairs consultancy here in Brussels. I work a lot with startups. Also, I try to bridge the gap between policymakers and people on the ground, including developers, but also piloting projects and doing human-centric design where we understand from the people also perspective. And this is the point that I wanted to make here as well. We talk a lot about legal actions, policymakers, but what about individuals? What about digital literacy? How can we invest in making this information Web3 technologies more accessible for everybody. So they make informed decisions when it comes to regulations, when it comes to projects, and how we can invest without the consent and also the understanding of people. We cannot actually put or see this at a large scale. So empowering starts by understanding. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Did you want to say something? Okay. More comments? Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Now, again, like I said, we can continue this conversation. So maybe before we finish here, let me just ask one last question to all three of you, our dear panelists. What do you think is a major roadblock to kind of overcome this mentality of resistance of something that we understand is pretty inevitable? Mm-hmm. And nevertheless, what gives you hope that it may come through? Isor, please, why don't we start with you?
I'll be with the cutthroat approach. Always trying to differentiate crypto and blockchain. Like, it's not going to happen. So if policymakers start actually working with the major crypto actors, because they are the people who know blockchain technology the best, or DLC technology for that matter, or DAG technology for that matter. So just starting to understanding that it's a whole, and that they can actually move towards a bigger and better economy, make the cake bigger for everybody, that is what gives me hope. Because there are still some people who are working every day to go towards that goal. But there needs to be this, to lift this sort of veiled taboo that, oh no, we're just going to talk about blockchain and really let's not talk about crypto or CBDCs, because nobody's a dupe anymore.
Thank you. Abir, what are your hopes and fears in this space?
Again, my fear is kind of that you is because, let's say, we lived in a very we had a long period of peace, thanks God, or unfortunately, we had a very long period of peace. We had a very long period of prosperity, and even our regulation, again, focusing on this topic, worked quite well. We might lay back, let's say, and think, oh, okay, we got everything figured out, and we know how it works, and we know how the world works because we're leading the world, kind of, not in every field, again, but when it and we're one of the world leaders economically, let's say. So we figured this out, but I think this is kind of a problematic way of thinking. What my co-panelists just described of Dubai is a completely different mindset. I work with the authorities in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and the UAE itself and the legal departments there. And it's a completely different mindset. It's the mindset of we need to catch up. We need to be ahead. And if we don't react and act right now, we're going to be behind because we have just this one shot. And this is a completely different mindset. And I enjoy working with them very much because they immediately get it. And I talked to a lot of regulators within the EU, and it was like, yeah, Dr. Haddad, we understand what you're saying, but we have many other problems to solve. This is not our problem for now. We will take a look at it when it's there. But the problem is these are exponential technologies. Artificial intelligence and DLC technology and other technology, again, it's not the only ones, but these are the ones we focus on. There's other exponential technologies. They're exponential. We cannot keep up the pace of regulation with these technologies if we just get stuck in the same way of thinking, in the same way of regulation, in the same way of acting. We won't get very far, and we will be kind of I don't know how to say in English. The train will pass us, and this is like kind of a new revolution which is happening with exponential technologies. And those countries, some of the countries realize already we need to be at the forefront of this technology to be advanced, to have to get ahead. And Europe is still kind of struggling with that. And I hope that at some point, again coming to the hope, from the fear. I hope at some point that we realize it and we switch our minds and we switch to innovation and we switch to acting and we leave behind this fear of making mistakes, because it's okay to make mistakes, it's okay to fail, and it's okay to have some hubs to try things out which will fail and then try it again and adopt this other mentality. My favorite country when it comes to this is South Korea, for example. They did a huge transformation within a few years, but this was led by a vision and was led by an intention to be a world leader. And this is what they did radically. But again, to the colleague in the audience when he mentioned the people and the individual, they took the individual with them. So it was not only the government dictating the change, but only they had a lot of approaches to involve the people, their opinion, the media in their transformational journey. And I think this worked well. So why don't we learn from other countries when it comes to law, using comparative law, also to learn from other from regulation in other countries in the past, and hopefully to create the future.
Thank you so much, Abir. And Stefan, what is your take?
Well, me, I have a very pragmatic fear. I am a bit worried that the planet will reach 4 degrees. Right, so it's very pragmatic, very, very pragmatic. I don't know how we will all live in a plus 4 degrees environment, 8 billion of inhabitants and the like. So that's the fear side. The hope side is that I think the young generations is a bit faster than us. You know, I'm aging a little bit, as mentioned earlier, but I think they are faster than us, and they are far from being stupid, and they understand what's going to happen. And as I was talking about earlier, value hold as long as your ecosystem is stable. We saw it in France. We took 2 bloody revolutions to change the ecosystem from a monarchic environment to a full republic ecosystem. Today, you mentioned it at the beginning of this session, you know, we got the Silicon Valley Bank crisis with Credit Suisse. Everybody who is in the industry knows exactly what's going on, but the population has no clue what's going on, right? So there is clearly a sense of distrust, problem with the relationship of value and control and stability. So it's not war necessarily. I hate war, to be honest. We don't want to talk about that here. But the truth is that there will be economical distress and rebuilding. And it's going to be empowered by the young generation. I am convinced of that. Convinced. And it's not going to come from people like me at my age that are sitting on control, rules, and regulations, be it in Europe or in the US and all these things. Because we have 10 years to live. And honestly, we kind of understand these type of things a little bit, as long as I don't want to name who said that, so I keep it for myself, but you know, as long as it doesn't blow up before I retire, I'm okay with that. I mean, this is a very, very selfish driven attitude. And unfortunately, the more we age, the more we get selfish. And so that's my hope. I'm convinced that actually there will be more financial crises ahead of us that will require transparency, to your point. And there are genius people here in this room that have invented already, as I mentioned earlier, the future generations of let's say, digital decentralizations and economy, which makes computer, as I was when I was a kid, like Apple made me understanding how I could deal with a computer without understanding the coding, right? So you had 2 groups. You had the Apple guy and you had the Microsoft guy, right? I mean, the world has to become Apple in the Web3 environment. It should be simple, it should be easy to interact, because it's going to become the tool of tomorrow for every one of us, right? So we need to scale it up. We need to be very careful with people who try to become specialists of it and make a living out of this. This is not going to fly. I can guarantee you that. It has to be democratized, and it has to, scale a little bit. But I think that there are genius people here that have already understood, how you can atomize the blockchain component. It's like when I was, at school, my father, I was in the CERN, so in Geneva, so my father was explaining to me that when he started his career, a computer was as big as this library, right? And I couldn't even prehend what he was talking about, because we all had our computer on our desk and all those little chips and things like that. And I think we need to look at Web3 technology the same way, right? The first Ethereums and all that, they were creating these big building type of genius concept. And now people are automatizing this in a very small Intel chip component elements, which will challenge the mainframes. In the banking industry, everything is mainframe related. Everything is, why? And nobody wants to touch it. Now, everybody who has developed the COBOL and all of that, they all passed away. There is nothing. So everybody was saying, oh, please, please stay on, right? But the truth of the matter is that this is an aging technology. It's going to be completely replaced by this modern, but modern not the one of today. Modern in the next 2 to 3 to 4 years, right? That people have already invented, but needs to deploy itself. Where is the next HP? Where is the next Dell? And these type of computer that are going to actually embrace that technology at even a bigger scale than what we currently are experiencing with Web3 as it stands. So that's my hope, and I believe that myself, I hate consent. I go to every single website and they say, do you agree with cookies? Of course I don't agree with cookies. Of course I don't. What are you doing with my data? I have no idea. I hate this stuff completely, right? So I think we need to try to transform it together. The problem is that people are trying to find an economic vested interest in getting your own data. So now the whole challenge of governance, you say, how do you democratize that? How do you give that data back to the individual? But the individual understands nothing. So, how do you share your data? You don't share your data. It's still a bit of an educational process. So it will take a little bit of time, but I think this is minor. For me, this is minor. This is 3-5 years. I mean, when I speak to my kids, sometimes I'm like, wow, they are way ahead of me, right? I'm just trying to figure out how to deal with data and things like that. And they are much more advanced, and they will embrace and design it, and they will lead, actually. They will lead this technology much better than us. We're trying to lead it, but we don't understand. Sorry? They do need access to it. Right, they need access, but I guess, at least my house, I think they have too much access. But it's true. No, it's true. It's a challenge.
Thank you, Stefan. And this brings it home quite nicely, and you really struck the chord when you said that there are societal challenges that we will need to collectively overcome. But at Restate, we've recently done a study, looking at this last 6,000 years of human civilization, and we saw a very steep technological development that has accelerated to the extreme in the last decade, but the moral development is sort of stagnant and almost leaning downwards. Now, the question is also, how do we change the mentality of, anything could happen after me, I don't really care, to make sure that at this critical tipping point for the humanity, where we can really go in two very different directions, one potentially leading to the extinction, another one leading to the future that is more decentralized, powered by this technology, more prosperous. We really have to ask ourselves, what do we do now, embracing the changes, also understanding our role in addressing them, how do we follow through, and what we could do as government, civil society, businesses to make this a reality. So I would like to thank our dear panelists, Izor, Stefan, and Abir for joining us today, and please let us continue this conversation and build this together. Thank you so very much for this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to thank you for this great panel. Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, our very honorable speakers. And thank you, Restate. That was perfect. And I have some very, very important news for us. Like, for the first two panels, more than 1,000 people watched us on the online broadcast. So this is the great news. But the greatest news is that they couldn't join us for the lunch outside, yeah, and have some networking. So please welcome lunchtime for 40 minutes. Have a good time. It's a great weather. Just let's go outside and talk to each other. Thank you so much for everyone. Thank you.
day. Do you have water over there?
Yes.
Hello,
All good,
dear
thank you.
colleagues. Just small announcement. If somebody still needs some badge, it's waiting for you on the reception. So thank you. So, dear colleagues, hope you like the lunch. And now we need to keep on moving. And the next one panel. The name is blockchain technology ready to use to strengthen the EU economy? So please welcome our speakers, please welcome our moderator, and let's dive in. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for coming back with us. If you could just come in and then close the door, that would be perfect. Thank you. So I hope you had a lovely lunch, and welcome back to the stage. Jumping right into our conversation and to get metrics out of the way, the European Union's economy consists of an internal market, of mixed economies based on free market and advanced social models. Looking at GDP alone, it's estimated around 16.6 trillion, with Germany, France, and then Italy taking the lead, with the euro being the second most traded currency in the world after the US dollar. With us, Helen Koopman, European Commission, Tommaso Estasi, Blockchain for Europe, Sheila Warren, Crypto Council for Innovation, and online, Dr. Michael Gebert, Chair for the European Blockchain Association. And thank you all of us for joining us today.
Thank you.
Helen is well used to the blockchain space and pilots the Digital Markets Technological and Economic Assessment on EU policy and strategy. Recently, based on what was done in the EU and member states, the European Commission unit has strived to bring together stakeholders in a way that would further develop valuable blockchain implementation. Tommaso, representing Blockchain for Europe, is heavily involved into the industry. Micah, hot topic right now, being the main file they're engaging and bringing in perspective on how the industry has been engaging with regulatory bodies and other similar associations. Sheila works in a parallel approach to Tommaso and will tackle the issue at hand from a more international perspective, looking at the economic engagement and regulatory advancements that both come into play when looking at technology education. Dr. Michael Gebert will share his experience of the ecosystem to further the worldwide vision of how technology has grown. Now we've got the introductions out of the way, I think our panelists will jump right into the fleshy bits. Helen, from the European Commission, could you draw for us the economic framework we are currently evolving in?
That's a quite challenging task, but I will try to at least explain a little bit what we have been doing the last time to try to set the ground really for blockchain technology to thrive in our region, in Europe, that say is a very important economic region and should have the capability to really do have a say in the development of the future of this technology. So, I mean, we have set out a number of initiatives that actually come to fruition now. I mean, not the least that you mentioned, MiCA and all the legislative package around MiCA as well. That is really setting the ground, I think, for something good to happen for the industry, providing some sort of legal certainty on how to develop services. What kind of implications legally and economically. So that's really an important groundwork to have. Then, of course, it's what we have done also is try to help the ecosystem to grow and to thrive. So, supporting research and innovation, working together with industry to develop roadmaps for in industrial verticals. Working with think tanks such as EU Observatory and Forum, EU Blockchain Observatory and Forum, to co-create what's happening right now. What's the front line of the technology? What are the challenges that we confront right now, and share that information as well. And not the least, we also walk the talk, but as public service, we also developed our own blockchain services infrastructure and are developing the first sort of use cases that could set the ground for public service to also use this in a good way. Not the least, looking at things like digital identity, how does that fit? How is that compatible with blockchain, and how can you build services on top? So all these things we have been doing the last years, and I think that that's a great starting point. But I think we still, although a lot of work has been done together with industry and entrepreneurs and innovators out there, we're still sort of in the starting blocks. I think now going through the crypto winter and sort of coming into, again, we have this challenge. Crypto is not blockchain, and blockchain is not the whole story of Web 3.0. So because a lot of technologies that synergetically works towards that future, we need to still educate ourselves, find the best use cases, and so on, working in this regulatory context. So I think that there is really substantial, good, fertile ground for the economy to thrive, but we still need to demonstrate it, not the least in sectors that hasn't been using blockchain so far in a large extent. Just some figures that we got from the EU Blockchain Observatory Forum recently shows that from 2020 to 2022, both in numbers and in investment capital, startups have doubled in that period in Europe, in the ecosystem. So that's a good sign. We know that 2023 is a bit more challenging, but still there was good progress there. So again, I think there's potential.
Thank you very much, Helen. Now that we've kind of set where we are so far, Tommaso, can you take it away with a comprehensive approach of Dora and Micah?
Oof, that's also kind of a challenge.
Comprehensive approach.
Comprehensive, like it cannot be any less than that. Let me try. I think let's start from where Ellen just left off, basically. We have a very good starting point, right? And the more that we talk about it now in these kind of events and conferences, especially outside of Europe, we can finally have something to show to other jurisdictions. And I'm sure Sheila will be talking a bit more about that. But it's really what the European Union has tried to do and has been doing in the past few years is something really remarkable, right? They saw, and when I say they, I mean European policymakers, especially the European Commission, first of all and foremost. They saw the potential. They saw the potential of this sector, of this technology, and they not only decided to try and develop the technology or give the instruments for example, pilot regimes to be established, regulatory sandboxes, where developers can actually innovate and try to create new things and new services and new products. But then also that was accompanied by a very important push to introduce a regulatory framework that, as you said, it's comprehensive enough and that provides this legal clarity. And I think you're going to hear about this legal clarity, legal certainty quite a few times in our speech, but I'm sure in many other debates these days. It's something that maybe is underestimated how important that is, right? And that we start to see it more and more now that the discussions again in the US probably are not going as fast, to put it in a nice way, as they are in Europe. And so this legal clarity that the European Union is trying to establish, it's something really remarkable. It's something really important for this sector. Because as we all know, we are coming from a few years where the crypto asset market was mainly described as the crypto far west, right? The wild west of crypto, where companies do not want to be regulated and they are actually scared and running away at the side of our regulators, because that's basically the phase that we were in 2017, 2018, the ICO era. So that was really a moment where it seemed like this sector didn't want to be regulated, and that has changed now a lot, right? So now what the European Union has been doing with the introduction of the MiCA regulatory framework, but not only MiCA, of course, there is so many other components of this whole legislative environment that the European Union is trying to create and establish. Well, that is really something that will give companies all over the world that legal certainty, because they will know exactly what the rules of the game are, right? And that's really not, again, it's something to keep in mind. It's really not, we shouldn't give it for granted, especially when we look at what's happening or not happening in other jurisdictions. But again, I don't want to spoil too much of what Sheila's going to cover.
It's coming up, it's coming up.
It's coming up, indeed. I think overall, if we want to try and zero in a bit on the MiCA framework, I've been discussing this topic now for quite a few times, different conferences and panels, and I start to see, and that's what I wanted to mention today, I start to see also change in the perception of other, jurisdictions, companies from all over the world that are looking positive, yes, a positive change in that perception, right? They're finally looking at Europe as a place where they can build, as a place where they can come, establish themselves, innovate, develop new products, develop new services with some clear rules in mind. Again, they're not going to be probably the easiest. There is some parts of the MiCA framework and other regulations that are being discussed right now, which could become quite complicated maybe for some smaller companies to comply with. But in the end, the overall regulatory environment that has been created and that will be established in the next few months, it's something that will attract more and more businesses, companies, developers to come to Europe. And to go back to the overall topic of our panel, will bring Europe that innovation that is needed to really make exploit the potential of blockchain technology for the European economy.
Thank you very much. So the foundations are set. We have a parliament that's ready, that can grasp the subject. We have a regulatory framework that's also ready. How about the great topic of interoperability, Sheila? Because we talk interoperability between different blockchains, but how about different frameworks, different states of minds?
So I've been observing this space globally for a long time. Prior to my role at the Crypto Council, I founded the blockchain team at the World Economic Forum, where I had the privilege of looking across the entire globe to kind of see how models of regulation were trying to match the pace of innovation, or at least become more flexible and open. And I have to commend the European Commission, Helen, her colleagues, for the thoughtfulness of the approach. Because here you have not only a principles-based framework that provides significant guidance and parameters and boundaries around engagement with this asset class and this space more broadly, but it paves the way for the Web3 kind of model you were talking about. It's not just hyper-focused on financial services or on crypto assets specifically, particularly not on speculative investments. And what you're seeing in contrast in countries like the United States, there was a period of time when the ball was in the air, and the European Union grabbed it and ran it down the field, right? To kind of put it in sort of colloquial terms. The US did the opposite of that, kind of watched the ball, still sort of watching the ball, right? And there really doesn't seem to be a way, I think, from a clarity perspective with the current environment across the pond to really have that catch up. Now, all that being said, I think there are a couple of things that folks are really watching. When I say folks, I mean builders are really watching and looking at. One is going to be the viability of the passport concept. Okay, so people really do want to come to Europe. And while that means that they will locate to the extent that anyone moves or shifts their headquarters or whatnot, we're not seeing a lot of that yet, but the openness is definitely there. They're going to pick a country they want to be in for all kinds of reasons. But the idea is that that country location will give them access in a passport model across all of the European Union. If that turns out to not be the case because of whatever may happen in the next phase, we'll have to see how it plays out. At the same time, of course, you have the UK, which had a really robust sandbox for quite some time and did a lot of learning. And some of those folks who ran that sandbox at the FCA are still there. And so they're really looking at whether it's the Treasury Consultation, HMT, all these different kinds of bodies are coming together with a pretty clear signal that they also understand the importance of this industry, the importance of the developer community that is the basis of this industry, and how important that's going to be to set the stage for the next phase of our not just global economy, but the architecture of the internet itself, which is going to have influence into AI, the metaverse, even things like biotech are going to be very influenced by that. And so I think fundamentally, the thing that people are quietly talking about is going to be to what extent you have either protections or carve-outs or I don't know what it is, clarity around the role of developers in the ecosystem. And that's something I think that MiCA, it's not entirely clear, it punts on a little bit, right? But it's a big concern, because if you're going to have developers that take code through a testnet process or release it onto like a GitHub or whatever it is, and allow that code to be played with, if that code is then taken and deployed in production by someone else, and the original developer has liability, that has a huge chilling effect. It has a chilling effect across not just the digital assets ecosystem, but across Web3, across AI, across a lot of different tech areas that are all tied in together through a digital economy and through tokenization. So that's something I think that remains to be seen. And in terms of interoperability, I think it comes down to the confidence developers have that if they're building something that can be, to your point, it is a bridge between different kinds of blockchains, for example, or it's a hook into AR or the metaverse, or even something that is providing more visibility and transparency into an AI algorithm or an LLM. I think those are all things that people want to know they're not going to have initial liability or criminal liability even for that kind of behavior. So a lot of these things, I think, we're going to have to, we're following all this very closely. We're also looking at the Gulf. There's a lot going on with ADGM. Abu Dhabi is making a huge play in this space for sure. We're looking at how the tax rules are going to come into play. It's not just, of course, MiCA, right? It's DAC 8, it's taxation, it's data, it's all kinds of other rules that might come in and have a big sweeping effect, right? And take some of the very solid foundational principles that MiCA has established so well and erode them or make them seem a bit more permeable, which is something I think everyone is aware of and paying attention to. By everyone, I mean builders again. And also, of course, don't discount Brazil or Singapore, which has a pretty robust regime in place as well. Japan is making huge moves in this space. Many consultations there as well. Korea is starting to come up from behind in a way. So it's still an open field in terms of which jurisdiction is going to wind up being most attractive to builders. But I would say at this point in time, the US is definitely playing catch up, and I think that everyone's pretty aware of that.
Talking about the elephant in the room. Yeah. But a big elephant indeed. Thank you very much, Sheila. So actually, touching point on the tech, now that we have the will, we have the brains, we have the want, is the technology in itself ready to scale up to an European demand? Dr. Gebert?
First of all, thank you for having me, and greetings over to my co-panelists, Helen, Sheila, and Tommaso from over here. Wonderful also to hear all that you explained, basically going into MiCA. We see, I can copy that 100%, but still, despite the challenges, I believe that blockchain technology has the potential to significantly strengthen the EU economy, and I'm confident that the EU will play their leading role, even we are in that still very early stage in development and adoption of this transformative technology. And I think some of the specific examples how blockchain technology now and in the future could be used to strengthen the EU economy is, of course, first foremost, the financial sector, where blockchain could be used to create more efficiency, secure passporting through cross-border payments. But this, of course, could help, first of all, reduce costs and business. But nevertheless, the healthcare sector is what we see, one of those technology fields who are investing a lot into artificial intelligence, crossover technology, and blockchain technology in order to not only secure data and also share those patient data, but also through the GDPR and the improvement there, having kind of a cloud-based, blockchain-based quality assurance care program to reduce costs, but also put up the efficiency level. And of course, supply chain management, we see a lot of sectors there that are used to track the movement, goods, reusability, and of course, rescalability. And this could also improve efficiency, transparency, and also prevent fraud within the European Commission, but also coming from abroad. And of course, the official sector, and this is what we have seen also when we are looking into technology growth, but also the readiness index, is that governments especially could be using blockchain as an efficiency buster and booster, and the transparency also what they do, how they do it, and or to what extent what they do is successful to the public services and to the public to report on voting, taxation, social welfare, and a lot of other things. So I think the potential itself on technology is huge, as we all know, but the opportunity also for the European Commission with the different agendas, with the different regimes, with the different political settings is definitely something that needs to be transformed by the people and by the technology towards the political decision makers. Because for my understanding, education is still key on all levels of entry. It's not only that we see that we have, when we compare it 2015, only a handful of blockchain startups. Last year, we had over 10,000 blockchain startups on the European level, and the growth is still not breaking. So the increasing adoption also leads to more innovation, leads to more innovation and technology integration in businesses. And this, of course, is not only affecting the couple of industry I mentioned, but it goes through different existing industries who never thought of being basically rearranged or, let's say, challenged through things like decentralized technology, which is blockchain, the base layer on it. And if we look a little bit into the blockchain readiness index by country, which is conducted by the Global Blockchain Business Council, we see that there is government regulation, research, industry, and technology and user engagement, one of the key factors. And 2022, and basically, of course, is our last year's data, Switzerland was in the lead, followed by Sweden, United States, United Kingdom, and Denmark, which not really indicates, how the reception on MiCA and all the other regulations are now done, as we have seen from the other panelists, but it shows a little bit about the openness of integrating blockchain technology and the vibrance of research communities, the skilled workforce who already up-ramped to what's possible through decentralized technologies, and of course, the growing number of those blockchain startups and using established companies within these countries. So in conclusion, I would say that the blockchain technology is, of course, one of those mega transformative technologies combined with what we are seeing now, AI, and the potential is revolutionizing a lot of industry. There is a fear level, of course, how technology could decimate workforces and HR, but it is, of course, established by a re-establishing of education. People have to up-ramp and have to be educated how to create new jobs, new business, new possibilities. And I'm a positivist and a hard believer in the future on doing it together. So basically, I think there is a significant strength for the EU economy on the rise, upcoming, and those sandbox regimes and possibility makers like the EU Commission has introduced them now and will introduce them later on, I think gives a great road ahead that just has to be paved and then basically driven on by all these companies.
Thank you, Doctor. Now that we're getting the ball rolling on the whole framework, I'd like to address an open question on how do you get those conversations around the table? With Helen representing the European Commission and with the rest of our panelists being also governing bodies that interact on a daily basis to get the conversation moving and to implement it, how do you go about it? I think that's a question that people would like to have answered.
I would like to pick up, I think everyone mentioned it a little bit, this legal certainty and all the work we've put into the legal framework. And I think it's not going to come like for free how to navigate this space. It's going to be quite something to invest in for companies to understand, how does that impact my business model, my services, and so on. So I think it's in our duty also to help accompany that journey. Not only the MiCAR and all the package around that, but we also have, as we have mentioned, Data Act, artificial intelligence, digital identity, all kinds of things coming, at you. So it's quite massive when you take a look back the last 2 years what we have, achieved. But I think we need to help the industry and especially the startups to navigate this. This is why I think regulatory sandbox, as was also mentioned, is really important. We have, of course, the pilot regime for MiCAR. I think it's going to be very interesting to follow how that's going to, what's that going to help, how that's going to help the industry, how is that going to help them build knowledge, regulators as well, how MiCAR is working, but also a bit broadly, and that's why we set up this blockchain sandbox. It's actually focused on blockchain, but it's really covering all kinds of regulations that is in this space right now. We're quite excited about this because we just finished the first call for the first cohort of 20 startups that will be able to enter the sandbox. We can't announce it yet because we still have to refine a little bit, but
it's a premiere.
I can tell you that the interest was really, really high, and we're encouraged by that. But at the same time, we see that there's a demand. So every year in this blockchain regulatory sandbox, we will take in 20 startups that will have a dialogue with the regulators, and it could be on any regulation that is out there. that they think impact their industry and or their business case rather. Each use case is going to be matched with a regulator that is relevant for that. So, and then there will be some preparatory work for the startups to like really refine what are the questions, and then they go in the sandbox. It's really a secure parameter that has been set up, so you can confidentially share your business secrets, and it will not go anywhere else than in that dialogue. And then hopefully that's going to be bilateral learning, not trilateral actually, because the regulators, the startups, and the Commission is going to learn how the regulation space is working. So I think this is something exciting we can follow up on, and we'll share as much as we can the learning out of it. Of course, not what has been shared confidentially, but the learning of the sandbox.
Thank you. Just to delve a little bit further on that, how do you select those startups? Like, what are the major best practices that they all share, and how do they engage a dialogue with you?
So I mean, it's an open call. It was just so anyone can apply. We had this, as I said, a very high interest. There will be 20 a year, so we just are going to finalize the first 20 next year, another 20 next year. So it's like a small experience, but it's the first of a kind pan-European sandbox. We had them in many countries and specific areas, but not as broad as this, covering all regulations. I think that could be something useful. We hope so.
Thank you, Tommaso. Throwing over the ball over to you.
All right,
having a very interactive panel. We talk a lot about blockchain. Yep. It is why we are all here, isn't it? But I'd like it if you could open up the debate to more general regulations, because we see blockchain as an infrastructure, and we have the MICA policy going through. But how does it fit in with other subjects of also actuality, like sustainability, finance?
That's a very good question, and I think what the European Union has done so far basically is probably starting from the financial services area, right? So we focus, as it probably was obvious to do, with the development of the crypto asset market from the speculative side of it, right? So crypto assets, the trading of it, how do we ensure that there is investor protection? And so that was the initial focus of this whole regulatory push. But I think from the industry side, but also from our conversations with the European policymakers, there is now a clear understanding that we need to move forward, right? We need to start discussing, as for example, Dr. Michael also said, to talking about other sectors. How will this technology, and not only this technology, as we just said, this the combination of blockchain, big data, AI, and all of that, how will this new technological innovation and advancements influence other sectors of our society and our economy, right? So we started from the financial services sector, but it's now time to start talking also about how will blockchain technology, for example, innovate and revolutionize the healthcare sector, as was mentioned. But then I think one of the areas that I think is going to be the most interesting is the sustainability area, right? How can we, for example, start talking about how blockchain technology will help our fight against climate change, right? And this is a topic that is very dear to us, and I've been working on a very interesting article with someone else in the audience here, and that on how can blockchain technology help our sustainability challenges, right? And we've been focusing, for example, a lot on, rightfully so, on the very high energy intense usage of proof of work networks, which of course is something that can be a concern considering of the overall need to green our technological sectors, right? But the conversation has probably been stuck to that aspect on how green is blockchain, how green is Bitcoin, and all of that. I think what we would like to see, and what we're going to be focusing on in the next few months, for example, is how can we then move this debate and focus on obviously solving that issue of the high energy consumption of blockchain technology, but then also how can blockchain technology helps us, right? We have so many challenges ahead of us, and obviously probably I think we can all agree it's probably the most important challenge that we have ahead of us, right? The fight against climate change. So we need to start thinking not only from a regulatory perspective, but also from an innovation perspective, how can we use the potential of this technology to help these challenges. And so I think this is also what we're going to see in the next few months and years. now we have gotten this regulatory framework, as we discussed before. We have this base layer, we have this comprehensive set of rules that somehow start to introduce some definitions, some concept. As Sheila was mentioning, there is a lot of open questions, but I don't think we're going to get to all of those now, and it's probably going to, we will probably lose a bit of the side of the topic of the debate. But we got those, we got that now under the, on the table. We need to focus now on how can we then use this potential of the technology for other sectors? And we're looking forward to see what the European Commission will be doing, maybe not in this mandate, but obviously in the future, European Commission, how high on the political agenda will these priorities be? And of course, I think as Blockchain for Europe, but also with the other association, European Blockchain Association and the CCI, we're all going to be quite interested to see, right, how will the new Commission take this up and take this challenge and really introduce new regulatory frameworks that look at different aspects.
Actually, you're raising up a very interesting point. How do the associations communicate between each other? For example, Sheila, if you guys wanted to get in touch and push the same regulatory framework, how would you guys go about it?
It's quite straightforward. I mean, we're in a lot of contact. I think we have staff in Brussels and London and Hong Kong and other places. And I think there's constant coordination happening among the different associations that work in this space. I think all of us have a strong interest at this particular moment in time in seeing a broader regulatory approach that actually is quite conducive to a lot of innovation. I think all of us actually already fundamentally agree as well that consumer protection is really important. And I think for me, the fundamentals of a blockchain-backed ecosystem are really about centering the users and participants in the ecosystem. And so anything that is predicating in that, is going to have a particular approach. But I think it really comes down to, I want to answer the question that you asked Helen earlier, which is really how do you engage in these dialogues as well? And part of it is really just the humility to understand that the role that you play in the ecosystem, right? Which one thing I always love about working in Europe is there is a genuine commitment to education and to learning that happens between industry and whether it's the commission, whether it's MEPs, whether it's the regulator. There is a genuineness, I think, and sincerity to understanding what it is that you're ultimately trying to put parameters around, and the recognition that until you understand what it is you're trying to regulate, you maybe shouldn't be regulating it, right? Yes. Which is not something I can say that is shared in other jurisdictions necessarily, where perhaps the instinct is maybe to move very quickly as opposed to take the time that it takes to really understand.
It's so technological that you kind of
that's right.
only have people who know what they're talking about at the point that they're actually talking about it.
Exactly right. And the other thing I think is that regulation is always going to move, and policy are going to move slower than technology. Technology by its very nature. I mean, look no further than ChatGPT. We went from 1 to 4 in like a month or something. It was really wild. Every time I got used to the last one, there was a new one rolling out, right? So this continues. So I think that pace is only going to accelerate. And so the recognition as well that you do have to have a fundamental underlying set of principles that are driving forward the framework, and that then moves into the different phases. And at every phase of that different process, articulated process, particularly in Europe, you have the ability to basically come in and say what's happening in real time. Like, what is the trajectory of the technology? Is it just financial services? What is Web3 now versus 2 years ago? Very different kind of landscape of what the expectation is going to be around the underlying architecture that is driving forward a lot of the innovation space. So I think all those things and the recognition that it is always going to outpace any policy is really important. It's why things like sandboxes, where you can engage in real-time learning, are really important, right? And the notion also that nothing is going to be static. So every time, IDOS, whatever it might be, everything, the Data Act, everything comes up, there are going to be implications that are not necessarily foreseeable at the initial moment that a piece of regulation or a piece of legislation is conceived of. There are going to be implications across a variety of different industry sectors, leaving aside even technologies, all kinds of implications for all kinds of different things. And understanding that and being open to the input that comes from actual experts, I think, is really what it's about. And those experts sit across a variety of different organizations and industry segments.
And do open, conversations so everybody can actually have access to these kinds of talk, which is something that's amazing in the Web3 mentality, in a sense.
It's quite remarkable.
Zeroing back into the economy, at the center of a problematic. Doctor, could you share with us a use case that you've witnessed where blockchain actually thrust an economy sector forward?
Absolutely. First of all, I wanted to get a little bit into what Sheila said. I think We have the honor to host together with the Technical University of Munich in 2 days Sam Altman from OpenAI, and it was a tremendous already prep upon questions. And basically, I think the responsibility as people like him and organizations like him have at the moment are not to be undervalued, because generative AI combined with blockchain and decentralized technology is definitely a chance, but also a threat that I think any regulation is lagging behind. So just that as an intro there. The other thing that you ask also is regarding how do these associations talk to each other. And when we look into the association landscape in Europe especially, we have related to blockchain over 120 associations on different country, regional level, industry level, and so on. So there is, of course, a special focus that is specifically done for specific reasons. And as an example, I will give you a sustainability example. I just had the pleasure to talk at the For Growth conference in Vienna last week, and met Michael Berkey, who was also writing a lot of stuff for the sustainability area, also for the World Economic Forum and for the new project in Saudi, the NEOM city, how to be there sustainable. And what he told me is basically that the CO2 market in terms of CO2 carbon credits are at the moment not really on the blockchain. So, and he gave me a couple of examples that we rechecked, and they are there. And we already did a small research about how many companies are already, as a startup, but integrated companies like Siemens Energy, which is a huge one in Europe, and EnBW is already researching blockchain and decentralized NFT certificates to use those guys in a real physical world and then use it in a Web3 metaverse environment. So they already imagine a kind of the playable usage of CO2 certificates in the real world that are serious enough, but also make it accessible for understanding and being open-minded about using, not only roadblocks, but also kind of a gamification methodology to get younger ones, Generation C, and a broader set of people involved, and even integrate CO2 NFT certificates within existing gaming infrastructures, if it's car play or adventure play. And I think that is a very interesting combination on how existing industries can combine with masses using a very, very substantial topic, a very important topic, and make it accessible and collectible and usable for basically 450 million Europeans and the world. And it's one of those topics that seem to be unreachable, but can be reached through decentralized technology very, very fast once the industry accepts and sees the adaptation of not only efficiency and cost cutting, but also bringing people on board in masses that support the action. And it's not pure greenwashing. It's really an integrated matter of using decentralized technology, non-fungible tokens combined with some rarity, and use that as an example, basically, to bring things forward. And putting on that is one of those companies which also a member of ours. They are Fund the Planet, and they are basically already doing something very interesting. They're buying land in the Amazonas and then tokenizing it and giving them away as basically carbon credit units for business to business, or kind of collectibles for business consumers. This is also, of course, very fragile and in the very early stages, but it indicates for me personally and for my understanding that we are on the right track on really tighten up, not too much, but giving up the possibility that something like a decentralized NFT-driven solution can be joyful and playful on the one hand, but serious, very serious in terms of solutions and solving those solutions and bringing solutions to the table on the other hand. So we see that more and more often to this combination of a more easygoing approach, but also really getting not feared of solving high-scale problems in that combination because of the transparency, because of the decentralization aspect of the whole solution. And I think that is what fascinates me on a daily basis, the innovation, but also the versatility of those solutions that could be used as a crossroad over different industries. If it's textile, if it's CO2, if it's recycling, upcycling, the whole 9 yards. We have a project with the textile industry, TRIC, and I don't know if you were aware of it, but the textile industry is one of those really big wasters in terms of not only fashion, but also destroying basically our planet. And so fashion is nice, but not really good for the planet. So they are really eager to make things happen there too.
Well, thank you very much for the more holistic and joyful approach to it, because we kind of have a tendency to going into the nitty and gritty bits, but it is very hopeful in a nice landscape. So going over to that thought and looking a little bit towards the future, there is going to be a turnover next year. It's going to be a succession that has to be passed out. What would be your thoughts in a very brief sort of way? And your closing statement.
Yeah, sure. I mean, those are great examples. I think we all want to see more of those. A lot more of that. If just a little portion of everything that's been in speculation in crypto could just be channeled into this, and we know that this is the area we all need to address, and there's no doubt that this is going to be the top priority next commission as well. I mean, we see the challenge hasn't gone away. We just started to attack it, and then we get sidetracked by a war, and we still need to go back to this, use our investment, our effort, our enthusiasm into that. And if you go to conferences like Web Summit, Slush, and you look at what the startups are doing there, you really get, there's hope, because most of the projects are actually addressing this. This is what they would like to work with.
Yes.
Let them do that. I think that's what we need to make sure.
So enable the enablers.
Yeah.
Help the helpers, right?
Yes, exactly.
I think, for the next European elections and everything that is going to happen afterwards, of course, we are very hopeful, because this commission really took the right approach, right? As we've just discussed, the regulatory sandbox example that Helen was making. I think that's exactly what we hope to see again in the future, right? Whatever the new European Parliament will be, whoever the actors, individual actors will be elected there, but then also the appointed as commission and as commissioners in the college. The one thing that this industry wants to keep seeing is this openness to dialogue and openness to understanding and understanding each other, right? And I think, as a concluding remark, I think the work of our associations is really about translating, that's how I usually try to describe it, right? It's translating the policymaking language to an industry that probably never, as I was saying in the beginning, never cared too much about the policymaking side and regulators, but then at the same time is translating what this industry is trying to develop for the policymakers, for them to understand what the potential is. And when there is this dialogue happening, then I think we're going to see positive results.
Sheila?
People often ask me why I stay in this space and why I'm so committed and passionate to it. And so I'll just close us out by telling you my favorite use case of the moment, which is there's a group called Starling Lab out of the University of Southern California. And they're actually using the Filecoin protocol and decentralized file storage to document atrocities committed in Ukraine. And the hope is that when the ICC eventually takes up the call to justice for those committing these atrocities, the time-stamped immutable nature of these records that they're keeping will serve as incontrovertible evidence of what is actually happening in Ukraine. And as I've been walking around Brussels this week, just seeing the awareness, of course, in Europe of what's happening there, which is something that I think is often forgotten in other parts of the world, is really critical. And so I want to echo the doctor's comments here. There's so many parts of the governance, the social aspects, and the environmental aspects, of course, around climate that blockchain technology is working towards furthering and helping to solve. These are real crises facing our planet and facing every one of us. And so that is actually what keeps me going. It's not so much the awareness of the scams and the problems that can be solved, I think, through regulatory model, and we've already seen so much progress, but the openness, the innovation space that's going to actually help us fix some of our bigger societal ills.
Thank you. So as closing remarks, I'd like to thank the organization for opening up this debate, which I think is crucial going forward. Thank you to our esteemed panelists for joining us today. And I'd say that, is blockchain ready to strengthen the EU economy? I think it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleagues. And the next panel will be about digital payments and the future of digital payments in Europe. So, please welcome the panelists and the moderator. You know, this digital payments is really a large topic, but I faced one curious situation in the restaurant a couple days ago. I just wanted to pay with my iPhone for the food, but the battery was off, you know, and my phone was off dead, and I didn't have any cash in my pockets, so it was really a tough situation, but I was lucky and I met my friend in the lobby of the hotel and I asked him to help me. So digital payments is really have the second side of the medal. Okay.
And then we can find.
Just
right.
second.
Okay, that's
the micro for Stefan.
Okay. Please turn on the microphone for the moderator and the speakers. Let's check it. Okay.
I'm like
let's
perched
try.
forward here.
Just, okay, thank you so much. So let's start.
Perched forward.
Oh, yeah. Always.
Thank you very much to join us for Digital Payment Future in Europe. I think this is a very interesting subject, in particular for Europe. As you know, in fintech world, payment is the most powerful in terms of growth, opportunity, and democratization of a payment solution. And we will try with my dear panelists to speak of different challenges of this interesting subject. Let me just introduce quickly my panel. I have the chance to have on this panel Tina Baker-Taylor from Circle, Vice President, Policy and Regulatory Strategy for UK-EU. We have also Stéphane Pouya, Chief Strategy Officer of the Digital Economist. We have also Elisabeth Rosiello, CEO and founder of ASA Finance. And to finish, we have, Greg, I forgot you, but not to finish. We have also Sarah Palurovic, Executive Director of Digital Euro Association. And to finish, Grigory Klumov, CEO of Statis. Thank you very much to all of us to be there. I think it would be interesting for the audience to each one to introduce yourself and give some words, what your relation with the subject and the event of today. Tina, could you start, please?
Sure. So I lead policy for Circle, which is the sole issuer of USDC or USD coin and Euro coin, which are two stable coins, although we prefer the term tokenized cash. They are fiat-backed stable coins, redeemable one for one. We are at Circle really growing the financial infrastructure layer for payments, whether they're cross-border, B2B, treasury. I think I'll leave that topic to my friend Elizabeth to talk about. But any way you're able to transfer value in the same way that you're able to transfer communication, Circle is working on building the protocol layer and the infrastructure for that.
Thank you, Tina. Stéphane, please.
Yes. Good afternoon. In this panel, I will more focus on what I have done for the last 20 years rather than the future. I was in charge of Euroclear group strategy. It's a 33 trillion backbone. It's actually the largest payment in the world. If you think about the daily transactions, it's about 3 trillion of transactions every single day. And there are a lot of parallelisms with Web3 and everything that we are going to build. But I'd like to emphasize just the origin of it. In 1969, when Euroclear and Clearstream were created, they basically digitalized the asset. They mobilized the digital asset, the global nodes, and everything went in circulations in a fully digitalized way. It's probably the biggest fintech in the world, according to that definition. So we are just, replatforming and redesigning a modern ecosystem now. But what is really interesting is to understand why the financial industry has not picked up the Web3 and the payment system as maybe we should have. But I will keep that for later during the conversation.
Thank you, Stefan. Elizabeth?
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm Elizabeth Rosiello, and I'm the founder and CEO of Asa Finance. The first company I started was called BitPesa in 2013. We were the first company in the world to transact between mobile money and digital currencies, and then the first in the world to trade African currencies against cryptocurrencies. And almost 11 years later, we are still doing it. We rebranded as Asa a few years ago, and we are the largest non-bank broker of digital currencies and fiat on the African continent. What that means is that we welcome global companies like Western Union, MoneyGram, WorldRemit, almost 40 of the largest remittance companies, including corporates like Procter & Gamble, Total, Hugo Boss, and then lots of African corporates, African fintechs, African crypto exchanges, and of course, African banks, all trade on our platform. And we're very proud to be part of the early generation of cryptocurrency companies that were building on and off-ramp infrastructure. And there was a lot of excitement when this industry first started about being that rails for cross-border payments, and we're happy to say that we've been transacting for over a decade doing just that. We're one of the largest sellers of USDC on the continent to other exchanges as well. And we've also been licensed in Europe in the Bank of Spain, and we're licensed in the UK by the FCA for over 8 years. And part of the reason for that is that we welcome a lot of European companies into our African currencies. So while Euroclear has, of course, built a great platform for what I would consider a more homogenized continent. It's important to talk about how those systems can be integrated into other continents. Maybe those continents are less homogenized. And how do we do interoperability for the future? What does that look like with financial infrastructure? And for those continents where financial infrastructure has not been invested in as heavily, and where maybe the continent is less homogenized, how do we create that interoperable structure? And that's what we've been working on.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Gregory, please.
Hi, everyone. I run the biggest non-dollar stablecoin on the market, and we also settle directly through central banks of Lithuania and Switzerland. We had this narrow banking vision from day one, and the stablecoin was created in 2018, so it currently runs across 5 different blockchains. And it's backed one-to-one by Euro, and it's the only stablecoin that's audited by Big Four audit firm.
Thank you, Gregory. Sarah?
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah. Thank you for the great introduction already. I'm very much looking forward to this panel. I am working for the Digital Euro Association that you might know is a network to connect for all sorts of people that are, for example, present today, so policymakers, for experts in the field, in academia, in the industry, bankers, and everyone working on digital currencies. And specifically, of course, we're focusing on central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, and stablecoins. So basically, not so much on the decentralized financial space, but more so on the conservative players coming into the field and bringing their own innovations. This also reaches into things such as the regulated liability network, for example. And so we're a platform that keeps track on the developments of the digital euro, but also beyond that, what's going on in other jurisdictions. And then additionally, I work for the Frankfurt School of Finance and Management. And if you have heard of them before, you would know that they actually used to be a banking institution. And last year, we, and by that I mean Philip Sandner and a team around us, we conceptualized the master in blockchain and digital assets for the first time. And the first circle is actually going on right now. So the Frankfurt School has introduced a master's about digital currencies now. So, and if this doesn't give you an idea of basically where the pulse of the industry, at least in Frankfurt, is standing, we wouldn't have introduced it if the timing didn't feel right. So a panel on the future of payments feels about right.
Thank you very much for all of us. To put some context about this subject, my first question will be, what are the current trends and advancements in digital payment in Europe? Who wants to start?
Well, sure, I can kick us off. So I think that we, in Europe, the UK, and some of these countries that have had maybe more advanced settlement systems, I think it's more difficult than maybe it is when you're talking about a continent like Africa to identify where we're solving real problems today, right? We have faster payments, we have SEPA payments, and those work really well and they're very efficient. What we don't have is the ability to transact either peer-to-peer or cross-border in that same level of efficiency, removing some of the cost, being able to affect those payments 24/7, whether you're merchants or individuals, treasury management solutions where you're able to settle across a number of your entities around the world. And that's really what digital currencies are able to solve for today. Additionally, because of this always-on nature and because of the increased transparency, we're starting to see at Circle a significant interest from humanitarian aid organizations and NGOs to enable humanitarian payments, disaster relief, et cetera. So one of the projects that we've been involved in recently, and pilot numbers are coming out now, is a project with UNHCR, the Stellar Network, and MoneyGram, which is enabling the United Nations refugee arm to be able to deploy capital to people who have been displaced in Ukraine by the war. And so if you're on the move and somebody needs to send you money to get from here to there or to reestablish your family in another location, how do you do that quickly, safely, and securely, and be able to cash that money out basically anywhere you end up when it's safe to do so? So UNHCR is allowing this today using USDC. And again, it has been, if you were to apply that to a traditional banking model, it could take months, right? And we've seen that happen, I think, in the wake of COVID, where governments were trying to deploy aid capital that took far too long. So I think that's one tangible example of how this technology is enabling efficiencies that weren't possible before.
Yeah. Yes, Elizabeth?
I completely agree with you. I also think that there's something that we don't talk a lot about in this space, and I haven't heard it even mentioned once, but it's often mentioned at a FinTech conference, but more specifically, which is how do we integrate with the existing financial infrastructure, specifically the banking infrastructure? Oftentimes at these events, and I've been attending for a decade, it's, well, in the future we won't need traditional financial infrastructure, but for now, in the next 10 years, we will. The Silvergate signature SVB crisis took a lot of cryptocurrency companies and also fintechs and small companies out of the game. Several of my competitors exited. Several of my peers exited the market after years working in that space just because they lost their banking partner. And now amongst networks, there's a flurry of activity looking for where is the European safe haven for banks.
Excuse me to interrupt you, but do you think it's a good thing?
Well, I think
see some exit of.
I think in any market. I mean, I worked in the equity markets for years as well. I think it's a natural thing, but the problem is I think some of those don't deserve to exit. I think it was too much of a harvesting, and I think the problem of de-risking, where banks. I mean, we're a great company. We're profitable. We have great clients. We serve a real purpose. It's a struggle to get bank accounts. Still, for us, 11 years, I'm licensed in 6 markets. I mean, what else do we need to do? And I think what this is providing and what a lot of the companies here today who are still quite young are providing a future. Because if we continue to have de-risking, we've been having de-risking for a decade, if we still keep having that, then where are we going? Because, we'll end up with a crowding out effect where the top 5, 6 tier 1 banks, and it was very interesting as an ex-Credit Suisse employee to see Credit Suisse let go by the Swiss government, but I would be interested to see if the German government would have done that.
We are 3 former Credit Suisse.
Yeah, exactement.
Me too.
C'était entreprise pour moi aussi. But I think, do we think Europe will let go of its support of the tier 1 banks and they are crowding out effect on the rest of the financial infrastructure. And if they won't, or if there's a chance they'll be very choosy who they partner with, we need this innovation in Web3 and products and companies that are less reliant, because that's our future. Unless you're going to let us in, we'll have to build a road around.
I have a quick question on that topic. So you and I have been around long enough when we were having this conversation around fintechs, right? Sitting in a bank, the fintechs are coming for our lunch, mostly around, ironically, payments again, right? So there was this tipping point, though, at that, I don't know, 2010-ish, where then the banks started to realize, well, maybe we should acqui-hire all these companies and bring them in-house, and you know, we'll stop them from doing what they're doing over there by absorbing them. And then that didn't work because they killed what was innovative about those firms.
Yeah, I don't know
And then
one Barclays Tech Star graduate that succeeded. Yeah.
The cooperation started to work where we were cooperating and we were competing. I would love...
Competition concept. This is a concept I learned in
It's
MIT.
a concept from the bigger partner to the smaller partner.
But it is how all boats rise, and we're not there yet, I think is your point. I would agree with you completely.
100%. And that's why I think the innovation still needs to happen in this space. How do we fit together with the traditional financial infrastructure, especially given what just happened in Q1? It's not even a quarter away from us.
Yeah.
Just happened.
Yeah. Something to add, Sarah, and Gregory?
I would say, I would share my experience again on the specific relationship between a very large banking international institution and a fintech.
You have a good experience.
2010, because I feel that, you know, we have started in the wrong foot. The first conferences back then was extremely toxic. Okay, it was like new technology will kick all the intermediaries away. You incumbents will disappear. We don't need the banks, and that type of dialogue breaks immediately the relationship between potential smooth partnerships.
Sorry to interrupt you. At the beginning, as you mentioned, you, as a member of establishment, you are not open to this new competition, to be honest. Now you are free to speak.
It goes even further than that. So because I am very convinced by vested interest drive action, all right? So clearly at the time, right, the ecosystem, not just one ecosystem, Credit Suisse, all the banking industry, right, the whole banking industry was working in these very opaque, aging monolithic applications, layer by layer by layers, with all this transparency not being able to see through, which is exactly what Silicon Valley Bank and Credit Suisse just collapsed. So my point, and I would just keep it there, my point is that as incumbents, we were completely against this type of technology, all right? And the fintech, you know, took that angle, that angle to disintermediate the path, which I think was a bit of a mistake. If I had to do it again, you know, I would have not approached it this way. But that's why 5 years later, they all came and say, oh, actually, we kind of need the network still. So we have the technology, but we don't have the network. You have the network, but you don't have the technology.
Yeah.
Which was, in my view, the right way to start. I'm not at all, you know, making another point than that. I think 5 years later, the relationship was far more friendly. But because of this initial starting point, you know, it became a bit toxic, I think. Now, the second thing, which is also quite interesting because we're talking about payment. For me, you know, and at the time, everyone was talking about, you know, tokenization, so they were asking a big company like Euroclear, could you please, you know, provide liquidity? Because everything has to be, you know, back to FITA, and you have that, fiat and all that. But it was not economically viable to do that. Now, if you look at the management of cash, it is clear to me that the next generation, in less than 5 to 10 years, we will all use digital currency as a mean of payment. There will be very, very, very little physical cash.
Well, let's not confuse e-money with digital currency.
Exactly.
Because, I mean, I was in Kenya when we had M-Pesa, which is, I would say, the first version of e-money that really took hold of a country. 97% of the economy uses M-Pesa. Similar in Ghana and other markets like Uganda or Zambia, not the whole African continent, maybe just 5 markets really took hold of it. That was e-money. That was very much and still is controlled by the Kenyan Central Bank, which had a stakehold in Vodafone, and one single quasi-private company. So, that's a very different thing than USDC or other versions of digital currency.
This is the point. What is the digital currency? What is the definition?
Gregory's point,
Stablecoin,
Stasis
CDBC?
is a stablecoin that is holding the reserves at the central bank. So if you're looking through the lens of a future CBDC, if you have a fully reserved, fully backed, fiat-backed stablecoin with reserves at the central bank, which Circle has been advocating for years, Stasis has that arrangement in Liechtenstein already. What is the major difference between a CBDC and a stablecoin? And so then, through the lens of MiCA, if those digital currencies are going to be licensed as electronic money tokens, we start to see the convergence of the two.
But it goes back to the point I was saying before, because Vodafone controlled the blockchain of M-Pesa. It controlled the way the money flowed. And if it decided to go offline, which it did 2 days a month, the entire the whole country was offline. We couldn't make payments, couldn't pay for anything. So, USDC is more decentralized in the way that it can't really go offline because you can keep it in your private wallets and I can trade it even if you and Jeremy Allaire go on vacation. So, I mean, I think,
we're on 9 blockchains and they're all open source.
Well, that's what I mean.
That's helpful too.
I think we have to think about, Euroclear, that was a centralized system. If that goes offline, everybody is waiting for it to come back online. So it's not just the digitization of the money, but also what is the infrastructure, which is how I introduced this by saying for us to come into the European market and bring global companies into the European market, if we are not European enough, or we're too fintech and not incumbent enough, we're crowded out. And I'm not just saying that with an American accent. I'm saying that as an entrepreneur that has, comes to Europe looking for integration. And I think that's what we're excited about going forward. And we've always had profit sharing with our banking partners. Obviously, everybody needs to eat. I think, incentivizing everyone to participate is one thing, but we need to have systems that welcome global companies because Europe can't survive in a bubble.
Okay, just to, I want to add one little thing because I think I heard it on both sides. I think it's important to catch that. And I don't want to talk too much about the infrastructure, cross-border infrastructure ecosystem, but nonetheless, both Euroclear and Clearstream have 57 different worldwide currencies, and they clear on a real time to the minute. So saying that cross-border worldwide in emerging market is not there is not completely correct. Okay. Now, I repeat, it's an aging technology. The technology has absolutely to be transformative and to scale, which is not the case. So it's not because it was there and it has been very reliable so far that it's the right thing to carry forward. Second thing, which is quite important, because I think that's what Circle is doing and is very, very important, it's the whole relationship with the central banks and the access to the liquidity. And the balance sheet, at the end of the day, the balance sheet optimization, which is actually why Silicon Valley Bank crashed, it remains a very important driver.
Agreed.
And a driver force moving forward. So I think as long as we get all of that into our head and we think about full digitalization of payment, I don't have a problem. My only point was to say that at one point in time, because I work with the central bank for European, in the payment system, maintaining a cash infrastructure, and I agree with you, if the lights turn off, what do you do? But nonetheless, it's extremely expensive. So that's why in Europe, we are just driven by cost efficiency. We will digitalize. It's an obvious path for me.
Gregory,
guys, may I jump in here? Because yes, so. Look, we just need to see what values this Web3 market brings, right? First of all, it's a whole new marketplace. It's like the new internet. It's like the new generation of people who will value these digital assets going forward. And what blockchain does, it disrupts clearing, custody, and settlement. These services historically were oligopolized by big banks. And yes, there are safest institutions out there like DTCC, Clearstream, Euroclear, that do a very good job in securities clearing, but they cannot access digital assets. They are not present on different blockchains, right? This is where commercial entities like us can step in and fill in that gap. We can settle today euro to any digital asset through a central bank account. How powerful is that? I mean, no other country in the world can offer that. Circle has been advocating that for years, but we've been doing it in Europe for several years already. And MiCA solidifies that capacity and legitimizes the central bank accounts for commercial entities that do not have any leverage, do not have any duration risk on their balance sheet. They just settle between these two financial systems. And yes, the traditional financial system is huge, but a Web3 system is too small yet, and yet to be seen what other currencies besides USD will be used and scale, because the dollar to euro stablecoin market gap is 250 times. The euro stablecoin market is so small now because people from Europe even have been using the dollar product of Circle and Tether and DAI and others, just because they were not confident enough that in Europe there is this legitimate solution, because there were so many conflicting statements from central bank officials, from government officials, from European Parliament officials, and now finally there is a piece of legislation that governs all that and allows to have this direct central bank account to settle against digital currencies. Now, CBDC is a totally different animal. It will have a cap on account per user because, first of all, it will never use a public blockchain. Second, it will not compete with a commercial bank deposit market. Imagine you could store, a gazillion in a central bank instead of Deutsche Bank or Credit Suisse, right? You will move it right away the next day. So what will happen is the CBDC will have a cap on the account. The currently discussed limit is 3,000 per person. And it will run on a private ledger, some hyperledger or Corda or something else. And it will be a replacement for physical coins, metal coins. But Web3 markets and stable coins will be running through MiCA licenses by commercial entities without duration risk, balance sheet risk, always backed one-to-one, and can travel across different public blockchains. That's how I see it.
Well, I think there still is, though, some balance sheet risk, right? So, one of the challenges that I think has been, further highlighted is, there's some provisions in MiCA that are difficult, they're challenging. One of them is that you need to hold 30% of your reserves in cash in a European deposit institution. Now, I think most people in this room, if you're familiar with my company, will know that we had money on deposit at Silicon Valley Bank. And when...
Did you get it?
We sure did.
Safe.
But importantly, we committed that we would close the gap, whether we got it or not, from our own balance sheet. So, but in any case, that is a regulatory requirement. It's in the legislation. There's no way around this. And so for us, that does create some balance sheet risk because we're connected to credit institutions that, importantly, create credit. So that narrow banking model that was referenced before, being able to unbundle payments from credit creation, I think is one of the killer apps of this technology. We don't need to have credit institutions that sole purpose is to create that credit, bring in deposits, loan them out. And the mismatch of that time horizon that we saw happen with SVB is one of the challenges if you get it wrong. What we experienced during that weekend were a number of small fintech firms who weren't sure they were going to be able to make payroll payments because of some balance sheet disparity. So if we can unbundle payments and credit creation, why wouldn't we do that? That it makes absolute perfect sense to me. And I think that's something that MiCA could have approached differently, but
at the same time, I'm an authorized payment.
Just we don't heard Sarah about.
Yeah, I mean, coming back to your question that you asked probably like 10 minutes ago or something, where we're trying to decipher what the difference in digital money and in the landscape really is, right? And one thing was brought up by Gregory already, the whole aspect of blockchain technology. And I think when we hear digital payments, we immediately go to think, oh, it's got to be blockchain underlying as a technology, which obviously is not the case whatsoever, and most people neither care about it nor need the functionality. So from the perspective of at least the European Central Bank and many other central banks around the world, and this is where, of course, stablecoins are also way different from CBDCs, whether they have a central bank account or not, is whether they use that technology. And the European Central Bank says clearly, for the things that we're trying to achieve here, which are mainly merchants, online merchants that use a Euro CBDC. So we have digital money and then Euro CBDC. Unfortunately, we have the word digital Euro as the project name by the European Central Bank. So I think that is adding to the confusion a little bit there.
Circle is there also.
What? At the central bank?
No, stablecoin.
Oh, we do have a Euro stablecoin, yeah.
Kind of depends, yeah, it depends on the framing, right? And so they're saying for those use cases, there's a lot more risk connected to putting a blockchain underneath all of this than there ever could be good, because what we're looking at right now is a pretty, to put it bluntly, quite vanilla version of a digital euro. So the other week, I think it was last month, we had a roundtable in the German Bundestag where the European Central Bank was quite clear that we cannot expect any additional functionality, talking about money APIs. So money, full stop, no API added to that, basically, as like the base layer version that will be rolled out earliest 26. And then after that, we'll see you know, how that is being adopted or not. If you look at other numbers, I mean, it's in the one-digit percentage that we're looking at in other countries that are not in the piloting stage anymore. So it doesn't seem to be finding too many fans in other countries and jurisdictions. Just putting that out there as a differentiator between, again, different forms of digital money.
Yeah, I interrupt you.
So last Friday, we were in London with the Central Bank of Nigeria, who launched the e-Naira. That is the first CBDC, apparently, on the African continent.
And what
maybe
about
globally.
China?
What
about China?
I said one of the first.
But they're still in the piloting phase.
Yeah, so it's actually available. There's an API. Companies are integrated into it. But guess what? Nobody outside of Nigeria wants this, right? It's a completely closed loop circle. And I say that freely because I'm no longer at the event. I'm sitting next to them. And I think the problem is it's a great idea, and you know, maybe nobody here knows that the actual Nigerian bank switch was one of the first globally to be 24/7. So you can settle payments 24/7. It's way better than the United States centralized bank switches, and has been since 2014 when we first started there. They also have private switches, which are pretty cool. The reason why they developed such beautiful technology was because they were left out of the rest of the world. So they were isolated and they developed this payment technology. Similar, SEPA works pretty great. Faster Payments works pretty great because they were, you know, their own unified place. How do we interact those together? So the problem, again, is if you have the e-euro and you're not a European company, how do you gain access to it? This is what people like Visa and MasterCard. This is what people like Google Pay and Apple Pay, because it takes those domestic systems or those regional systems and creates international transactions. We're still not seeing that from the stablecoins, and we're definitely not seeing that from the e-euro program. I think we have to think about the fact that $90 billion comes from African diaspora, a lot of it from Europe into the African continent. That's just the tip of the iceberg of trade between continents. Africa is not even the biggest trading partner for Europe. How do we manage that trade? It's not all going to go through Euroclear in the future, no offense, but like, what is the system that's going to work with? And it's not going to go through the credit cards, and it's not going to go through the big banks. So we have to think about interoperability again.
May I jump in here, because there is DeFi, there is a trustless smart contract on Curve, which we launched 2 years ago. It links USDC to EURUS. So you have running 24/7 fully trustless forex market between USDC and EURUS without any oracle, with guaranteed liquidity, without slippage, so you can see exactly what the rate you are getting relative to the request quote FX trades you get it from big banks. Here you can see transparently all the order book and execute 24/7 with instant settlement over Ethereum blockchain. It's also running on a couple other layer 2s, but this is possibly the solution if African countries launch their own digital currencies which connect through their local central banks to their local banking networks and have a representation in a Web3 world. they can interact without any intermediary to another stable coin, and that gives you a link you're talking about. But again, we are talking about Web3 market, which is a new thing. It's valued around 20 million users in Europe and up to 120 million users right now globally, estimated the size of the market. So it's like Internet 1996. Back in 1996, nobody thought what Internet is capable of. Nobody thought of video streaming, that it would disrupt traditional media companies, and so on and so on. So it's the same cycle of innovation. I argue that it happens every 50, 100 years in a human society. First there were roads, right? Railroads, 200 railroad companies in US alone. Then there were 150 electrical companies that did produce electricity and distributed. Then there were 5,000 car companies. Just 100 years ago in America, there were 500 car companies that ended up in 2 right now, or 3 maybe. And then 20 years ago, there were what, like 5,000 or 10,000 internet companies, which now consolidated into several major winners. Same here, it's 1996 in internet, in Web3. There are, say, 100+ million customers globally, and there are 10,000 companies, 15,000 companies. Going forward, next 10, 20 years, give it some time. There'll be clear winners in this field, but this is a new market which is quite exciting and the fastest growing fintech market out there.
That's really interesting that you raised the point about, I know we refer to, the internet as, something that we didn't necessarily know what it would promise when we launched it, and it wasn't regulated, and there was this idea that we would just kind of let it go and see what happens. And, in the US, there's a lot of arguments around whether that was the right approach or not. But, Joanna mentioned earlier the idea of Web3 being able to not build on top of, but have value move within the internet natively.
Decentralized internet, Web3
is that, that's really kind of where the rubber meets the road. And the idea that media companies were disrupted by streaming. I don't know that that's what Amazon or Netflix intention was at the beginning. I mean, if you guys remember Netflix, you used to get DVDs in the mail, right? And you would watch
Amazon
the
sold
DVD
textbooks.
and you would send it back, and Amazon was selling books. So I think that the streaming kind of evolved as the technology got better for compression, right? And it was this a little bit more kind of organic growth. I don't think anybody set out to kill terrestrial TV. But I was listening to a podcast with Scott Galloway the other day, and the writer strike that's happening now in the US created a whole new means or medium of entertainment in the reality, TV craze, I guess, which we still have a ton of reality TV today. But that was a result of something that just kind of happened. And so I think Web3 and the technology that underpins it and the ability to tokenize value or communication or data, identity, whatever you're trying to do, and move it around, there will be applications that we haven't even thought of, and it's not necessarily trying to kill anything, like get rid of banks. It will be for things that we don't yet even know that we need it for, but the way that Web2 works today, we know has limitations.
But we talk about a lot of innovation concept, but at the end, when you are a simple European, I think it's a little bit crazy for simple world, because we are representative of 1 or 2% of the population, very insider about that. And how can digital payment contribute to promoting financial inclusion? Because at the end, this is one of subject, and reducing the use of cash, because this is an objective of some states also.
We need new entrants, right? Because we know that traditional banks don't bank everybody, and traditional models are not meant for everybody. I was living in Senegal. I had a diplomatic status at one point through my husband's work, and I couldn't get a bank account for 4 years. Yeah. Even with the diplomatic status of my ex-husband, I couldn't get one. I mean, the rest of the country has no chance. So who comes in? Telcos, microfinance, fintechs, and now the country's access to banking has skyrocketed. Same thing in Kenya, went from 30% to over 80% in less than 6 years due to new new entrants. We have to realize that if Revolut and Monzo are growing so wildly, there were services that were not being offered by everybody else. So we need to let these companies thrive. And it's not of us or them, it's everybody can come to the table and eat. There's still a role from everybody. I'm probably not going to take a 30-year mortgage from Revolut. So I think, we think about that there's room for everybody and we don't have to necessarily fear new incumbents because in the end, we'll all be working together.
I think also creating that ability to compete is important, or we're going to end up in a world where the Facebooks and the Googles and the Amazons control just everything we do. And we're seeing them enter the payment space, and we're seeing them enter the crypto space and decentralized social media. And, there's a concentration risk, I think, if we don't create the opportunities for some of these very nascent, kind of very experimental ways of transferring value, whatever that value is, into the market to solve that problem. I worked for large banks in Treasury for the majority of my career. And I'll tell you that for most large banks, the G-SIBs of the world, banking poor people is not a proposition. It's just not profitable. And so they're not going to solve the gap. And then you have maybe smaller banks or regional banks that, again, once you're getting down to the level of micropayments, nobody wants to do it.
Well, that's why so many startups were banked with just Silver, SVB, and Silvergate, because they were the few banks focused on those startups.
So I think that there is an opportunity to solve a number of those gaps, and Sheila spoke earlier around focusing on consumer education, financial literacy. I think one of the things that I find incredibly amiss with some of the digital euro discussions are, so that's great, we're going to roll out this digital euro, it's intended for retail, we're going to give it to everybody. How does everybody learn how to use a wallet? How does everybody learn how to secure that value? How does everybody learn how to plug it in and actually use it? And if we're not focused on some of those financial literacy and education issues, all of the consumer protection stuff that we try and put in from a top-down approach just isn't going to work.
And Sarah, in your association, this is something on your work also, because we need some upscaling about population and some enterprise also, and make a job of education.
Yeah, on the role of education, certainly we see big shortcomings, and you would be surprised. It's not just industry, it's not just banks, it's not those that you think are coming from the more conservative angle, for those that it's hard to wrap their head around digitizing money, not just digitalizing it. It's up to the level of that central banks need to get the education to understand what a central bank digital currency will offer them for advantages. And the same, obviously, I would say that's even more secluded is the knowledge around, for example, e-money and stable coins, more specifically, because that's just not on the agenda. So there's a long way to go there still, to be honest. And this is just the top level that we're talking about, right? But the introduction of such a thing will, of course, impact the welfare of an economy completely. I didn't understand this until a couple of years ago when I saw the simulator of a company that is basically showing you what will the introduction of a currency do to your economy in terms of the welfare of the people, GDP, unemployment, and these things that you don't really think about when you're just thinking, okay, let's take the cash that we have and turn it into a central bank digital currency, right? Let's put it on digital rails. And so, Tina, this is going back to what you said, basically. We don't understand what...
We don't know what we don't know.
Yeah. But to a much larger extent, also going into the risk area, because you were focusing on what the innovation part of it. I'm sure it'll be figured out along the way, but a lot of that risk hasn't been assessed yet. So for bigger corporations or the central bank to go out there and take it easy, I'm not defending that decision because I think we're going to have, we could do a bit more here. But I understand the position from a customer safety perspective and trying to shelter the retail consumer from themselves and what we don't know, basically.
No, clearly. And something to add, Gregory, Stefan, about that? No?
Yeah, I just, first of all, I want to say, I want to be
In
very
Europe,
clear.
there are 58.
I'm a big fan of what Tina and Circle are doing and the innovation side. And so let me be very clear on that, okay? I think I'm just taking it from a slightly higher level helicopter view because, you know, when you look at the volumes, that's what Gregory said, the token payment ecosystem remains extremely small today. And I'm convinced that it's going to be transformative, okay? And that the acceleration is about to start. But for me, the driver of accelerations are probably less a notion of innovation and welcoming people and interaction and stuff like that. It's much more when you look at the geopolitical crisis. This is a massive geopolitical crisis, and I spend a lot of time in the Middle East, and you know, India is the presidency of G20 and stuff like that. The world is shaking, I can guarantee you that. And the new ecosystem is not going to be built on old legacy mainframe. That's for sure. So it is, for me, unstoppable. It is going, and it's accelerating. You know, I've been in contact with the Ukrainian as well, you know, in the middle of the war. I mean, there's no access to cash. How people just interact among themselves when the whole cash system, and you know how complex and expensive it is to take those trucks and to actually bring the physical payment into every single village. In France, it's already a nightmare, so I cannot imagine how it is in a war zone. So, you know, the world has understood that this new technology will create the sustainability and the scale that is required when things are complicated. So you're right, no electricity, no payment. But you know, at the other side, no road, no payment either. So it's challenging time. The promises of payment, at least I'm talking about the settlement side of it, because we have to be careful. By the way, you know, securitizations of Euroclear types, which is to immobilize an asset and to clear it around the world, is exactly the same thing as a token. Huh? It's exactly the same thing. Huh? You do an NFT, you immobilize it, and you share the value across the net. It becomes a secondary market asset class, and you clear it. So there are a lot of parallelisms in between those two things. But my end point is simply to say that with the new realization of the lack of transparency that the Western, to be unfortunately a bit clear on that one, Western financial ecosystem has done, this lack of transparency, which has upsetted the asset owners, you know, to some extent potentially Circles and their clients, and some others, calls for a complete transparency of the ecosystem, which will only go via this new technology. So again, I want to say how much I appreciate what Tina is doing and her team.
I think
I just want to add, right, according to ECB, there are 58 million of adult population that's unbanked in Europe. 58, and that's probably a significant understatement. So just imagine more than 10% of population in a developed economy is underbanked. Partially because the banks during the era of negative rates were disincentivized to onboard a new customer, because they couldn't charge the negative interest rates to the depositor, so they should have swallowed that costs, right? Plus the onboarding cost, plus the running profile cost. So the bank was literally disincentivized to get new customers in. How bad is that? And in Web3, you just download a wallet, non-custodial wallet, and you're in. You have your address, you can transact. Now, AML is a different issue, but it can be done now. Finally, there are tools that do AML on chain. And the good news is it can be fully automated. We're already running AI bots, small bots, to understand where transactions are coming from the on-chain side. And if there are arbitrageur transactions that are totally understandable, say there is a loop from crypto exchange to decentralized exchange to the wallet of the customer whom we know, we automatically inject his payment into traditional banking system via SEPA. There is no human interaction involved. So it's much easier to do AML in blockchain because, again, the transactions are transparent and can be easily analyzed. and this Web3 application market is growing fast. And back to the history example, right? Previously, people were using coins from bronze, copper, right? Gold, silver. And once the paper monies were introduced, they couldn't understand what is the paper for, why is there any value. So it was a significant hurdle to overcome to get society to use this paper money. And now, I mean, with all this technology around, look at our kids. They're so native with these smartphones. They understand that the value in something, in digital world of something can be significant. Talk to your grandparents or parents. They don't understand how a sword or a digital painting can cost even like €1,000. But these kids, this new generation that is coming up, they know, they feel that some digital piece of equipment they control can be worth even €100,000. So there is a mentality shift that is happening. There is a technological shift that already happened. And finally, thanks to European Parliament, there is a legislative shift, which of course has some barriers, has some costs, but it legitimizes this digital settlement. And if it's done through a central bank account, it completely removes the commercial banking system from these interactions. And okay, they'll be there to do the mortgages, some structured credit, some corporate loans, but payments have a significant innovation happening in this marketplace, which will bring more people to the market, which will enable more applications to be built on top of it, and disrupt this clearing, custody, and settlement, which were oligopolized for 200 years.
History teacher, right there, yeah.
We unfortunately, we have to stop. We can go on like this during many hours to make a nice framework on digital payment in Europe. Thank you so much to my dear panelists to share some insights, and we can go on this chit-chat during a drink. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Dear guests, we are going to have a lunch now, short lunch, only 15 minutes. So, and then we are waiting for you to get back for the next panel. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Thanks. I'm gonna rush for a meeting, but I'll join later on. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah? DeFi topic. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Okay, so let's start and... Okay. So, dear guests, now we're having the next panel discussion. The name is Decentralized Finance, Safe, Trusted, or Trojan Horse for the users. So, let's dive in and see what is DeFi for us as the users and for all humanity. Thank you. Please welcome our speakers, our moderator, and let's jump in. Thanks.
Okay. Can you guys hear me well? So hi, my name is Gael Bokongo, and we're going to talk about DeFi, which is a huge subject. In DeFi interests a lot of things, and sometimes it's very misunderstood. So here we probably have like most of the best panelists and experts in the subject. So I'm going to present them, and then they're going to present themselves. So we have Mark Zeller. We have Peter Grossfox. Tell me if I say your name right. Okay, cool. Perfect. Franz Colton. Also good. Cool. And Dr. Joachim Schwarzfriend.
That's okay, I know.
I'm sorry, I did my best.
Don't worry, it's okay.
Okay, well, please, guys, present yourself and before we dive into the subject.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm Mark Zeller. I'm the founder of the Aave Chat Initiative. The Aave Chat Initiative is a service provider to the Aave DAO. Aave is the largest liquidity protocol in decentralized finance. We have around $8 billion at the moment. And so I'm one of these few people that don't work for a company, but work directly for a smart contract, and it's paid by a smart contract. So this is like the future of France, as we say.
That's dope. That is beautiful. Please, Peter.
All right, I'm Peter. I'm the co-founder and CTO at Unstoppable Finance, and we're building a product called Ultimate. It's a non-custodial wallet, and we want to bring DeFi to the masses just by providing great user experience and easy integrations with protocols so that you can use DeFi right away. Before that, I co-founded Solaris Bank and built up a centralized exchange with Börse Stuttgart. So in the end, traveled from TradFi over CeFi to DeFi.
My name is Frans. I lead the investment team at Flow Traders. We're a global liquidity provider. We're listed and regulated, which you don't often see, especially not in crypto. We're multi-asset, so crypto is one of our pillars. And we're quite deep into DeFi. So we have a DeFi desk. We can run on-chain strategies. We can provide TVL, and we can work together with teams doing investment, but hopefully more strategically too.
Great, and I'm Joachim Schwerin. I'm working in the European Commission in DG GROW, which is basically the real economy part of the Commission, where I'm principal economist. I'm responsible for developing the token economy for our industrial ecosystems and our small and medium-sized enterprises. Been in the space for quite a long time, and I speak today on DeFi because I think that DeFi is much more than actually finance. DeFi is something that we are working on a lot in different parts of our policy work in the Commission. It's a democratization, it's a movement that goes much beyond actually what it is on the surface, and for us that's the epitome of what is the bottom-up movement that we also have in other policy fields like data and related stuff in the Commission. So we are, I would say, true believers in DeFi.
Thank you, guys. So before we jump into the subject, DeFi itself is new to a lot of people. So everything new takes time, especially culture-wise, because, not using banks to transfer money or transfer assets is something that it's not, common to the whole world. So can you elaborate how decentralized finance introduced new paradigm to of trust and safety in finance compared to what we call CeFi, central finance, and, traditional finance?
I can go on that.
Please.
So DeFi is a paradigm shift, as you said, about how user manage position money and their asset on chain. First thing is that it's non-custodian. So I said earlier there's $8 billion in Aave, but it's in the smart contract of Aave, and it's not under the control of any kind of individuals. I cannot touch any user position, and obviously, otherwise it won't be DeFi and it won't be as safe. and you can take a position on Aave or other DeFi protocol Saturday at 3 a.m. if you want to, because it's 24/7. You will do that on layer 2s on top of Ethereum for less than a cent transaction fee, and it will be validated in a few seconds. And you can do that anywhere in the world, anytime you want. And it's your asset that you completely have control of. And all the protocols itself are completely open source and audited. So you know exactly what happens when you interact with the protocols and where your money goes and what people do with your money if you interact with the protocol. And all of that is impossible to even comprehend in traditional finance, where everything is a black box.
Please.
Yeah, also adding to that definition, I think like everyone has their own view like on DeFi, what it is. I think it's always related to like decentralization. From my point of view, a very interesting aspect is kind of that it's also contains like decentralized value chains. So there's like different projects that don't know each other, but there's like open interfaces in between, because in the end, everything is delivered through smart contracts, and the smart contract is nothing else than an open public API, so programming interface that anyone can use, and it's permissionless to use it, so anyone can connect. In the end, there's like the lending protocol, there's the decentralized exchange protocol, so if you need to run a liquidation, so you can simply do this on the DEX without letting it know it, and that's the beauty. So in the end, you can kind of fractionalize process elements of finance and run it in like a decentralized infrastructure and a decentralized value chain. And additionally to that, what I really love, especially in the comparison to traditional financial services. So I'm a German, so I'm always referring to the Wirecard scandal kind of a couple of years ago. So in the end, it was like Germany is probably known as one of the more stricter environments and countries when it comes to regulation. And even with the strictest banking regulation, it was possible kind of to have a fraud case. And the reasoning for me as a technician is that everywhere where you have humans involved and where humans are running the process, you have the ability to kind of take a short track or to run something which is maybe not in the protocol or how you should do this or in the rule set, or maybe even when people want to perform criminal intentions, then they can do this and they can obfuscate, and it's very difficult to find it. And the beauty of DeFi and open protocols and permissionless finance is really that most parts of the financial service is delivered in an automized way. So there is the smart contract, the software program that's executing certain rules and functionality, and the machine is always doing it the same way. Like a human is always doing it differently, and like if it's between different humans, they might interpret things different. But kind of the machine always does it the same way, and therefore, so that's also really looking forward to see DeFi also like taking more roles in the financial services world, because like in this automation and letting the machine do the job, I see a big benefit for financial services of any kind.
Thank you. Please, Franz.
Yeah, I think, well, not that much to add. It was very well said. I think more from a trading angle, what we see, where we think things will go, is that DeFi, especially decentralized trading, will create much deeper liquidity pools, and that will allow, much better price discovery and allow people also to access these pools. And what you see at the moment, maybe a good example, the United States is one massive market.
Mm-hmm.
In
Not
Europe,
for long, but
it's still it's still very split. So it's not one set where you can access all of these pools or all of these exchanges. And hopefully DeFi, especially DEXs, will change that and will make it much more accessible for people.
That is true, because DeFi is borderless. Like you have no borders. That's one thing that people need to realize. That
and that's a key point. I mean, Peter is speaking of humans, and then a sentence later of machines, and that's the interesting connection, I would say. DeFi, in a sense, and sorry to spoil the party as an economic historian, I mean, nothing new under the sun. We've seen it before. Blockchain is not new. Ledgers are a very old thing that we've seen for centuries, if not millennia. DeFi is basically the way that problems were solved in the traditional economy before we had all the intermediaries that only appeared a couple of hundreds years ago. And that's because you had communities that were built on trust simply because of the vicinity. And these communities could never scale. And what digitalization offers is that gives them the opportunity to scale based on trustworthy technologies. So suddenly you can have the advantages of the community solving their problems, but you have the global outreach through the technology. And the interesting point for me is when you look at the machines, yes, we talk about smart contracts, we talk about the automation, and I think especially when you create the right initial conditions and when you have a good smart contract, that's an extremely strong point which you shouldn't mess around with afterwards. But at the same time, and that's the problem, it requires a much stronger human involvement in terms of education, skills of understanding this thing. When you're buying sort of whatever you buy, sort of security, a share, whatever in the traditional domain, you trust your intermediary because basically what your intermediary does is treats you like a child, tells you what you should do, what is dangerous, what is not dangerous, and then you have terms and conditions which you don't read because you think they will be reasonable. When you enter DeFi, and that's the problem that we are not used to any longer, we actually have to think because you cannot just ignore the terms and reference. DeFi is a moving thing. DeFi is a stack that consists of different layers which are very complicated in their relationship. There's a lot of dynamics into the things. Many of these things are new and we are not accustomed anymore to deal with that. And that is what, in my opinion, creates a lot of the perceived risks, which I find grossly exaggerated in a way. But of course, if you are not willing to invest in your skill sets and also follow that up regularly, mistrusting also the auditing that claims that certain things are safe, which perhaps are not safe or can be changed, and have your own thinking on that, it will get complicated. So at the same time, you have a much stronger focus on the machine part, but you also need a much stronger focus on the human part, which is a messy thing, which takes resources, which is stressful, and that is probably something where we are at this very stage. So a lot of opportunities, but if you don't invest, then you are completely lost in the space.
So I want to take you up on that. So are you basically saying that you need to be smart to be in DeFi?
No, I think that you need to be yourself to be in DeFi. I mean, what is smart about a smart contract or about being these things? It is a learning curve where I think that the best way to start with, and that is how we started working with blockchain in the Commission, for example, 10 years or longer ago, that simply when we had the first meeting, we understood that everyone is already playing around with that thing. And that is what you should be doing with DeFi. That is also why, and I'm of course speaking only here for myself, why I can consider things like Terra Luna or whatever happens, I think that is good. Not for the people that lost money, but this is a learning thing. I love algorithmic stablecoins. I think they are a very strong thing moving forward, but they were just not good enough. And how can you become better if you don't make the mistakes and then correct them? Have you ever seen a technology in your life, whether that's the car that you're driving around, or even your toaster if you used one, or whatever, your hairdryer, that has worked from the very first moment? And that's the same what we see here in DeFi. That's exactly where we are.
Nothing, you're right. Please, Peter, you want to jump on that, and right after Mark.
Yeah, so that's true, but I would also refer to that DeFi is still at a very nascent stage, so it's very early, and so I would often compare it with like whatever flying with a very old airplane, so where you maybe need still to do some stuff with your hands, and where you get like a completely different feeling of flying compared to going in a jumbo jet or so, and I think that, like in the traditional finance world, there have also been built some layers like of information, of auditing, and kind of like different institutions who also deliver trust to it. And I think like even like in 10 years, not every human being will be able to read a smart contract and audit it themselves and really investigate like is it well written? Does it contain like technical error? Does it contain conceptual error? So like we also have seen protocols containing conceptual error, and that's maybe the even more dangerous one than the technical ones, because the technical ones can be detected eventually way easier. And so therefore I think this whole infrastructure also to kind of like have firms checking it and really building on top of this open infrastructure, I think this needs to happen, because I think many protocols perform audits like with their mandated auditing firms, but I think in an open environment where all the code is open source and anyone can access it, we could have whatever 10 or 20 or 25 different teams checking it and even delivering more trust. And I think this infrastructure is still missing, but I think this will come over time.
I share the same opinion about audits. It's the maturity of the technology makes things easier and more accessible over time. Aave, we are the largest auditing and safety budget of the whole ecosystem. We spent $3.6 million this year for formal verification and several security audit of the smart contract. That's a huge budget. Someone that just started, Aave in 2020, were not able to afford that, to be honest. And someone that is just starting in his garage with a few friends, a startup, is not able to spend that. But what is sure is that in 2020, no amount of money in the world would have bought the skills and the quality we got this year. And what I'm also sure as an entrepreneur and as a developer is that in 5 years, what we spend for the quality we have right now will cost maybe 300K. And in 10 years, it would cost 30K. And because the technology is maturing, because we know more and more how to master this technology, it becomes more and more accessible both for the user, in terms of user experience, in terms of safety, in terms of accessibility of the technology, but also for the developer and the entrepreneurs. All the stricter benefit from the pioneer that did the work, that did the investment to actually make this ecosystem viable for everyone.
So that's a very good point, and I'm jumping on this because DeFi is still unregulated, obviously, and it might stay that way or not. We don't really know yet. We don't know the future, and it operates on public blockchains. Everything is public. Everyone sees everything, and how would people, like regular people, will address the security that are associated with blockchain? Like, how would you know? Like, there's no smart contract score. Like, how those people will know that, okay, this is a good protocol, and I might actually get into it? Like, please.
I mean, probably first you would have to distinguish if that's really DeFi or not. We see a lot of fake DeFi. We see a lot of stuff that calls itself DeFi, that is more CeFi or TradFi or whatever. So the moment, of course, that things are getting centralized, the moment that you have intermediaries, you have regulation in place. What we are talking when we're saying it's unregulated is probably DeFi as we would really mean it, which is probably a very small space that is out there at the moment if you really consider the different layers that are around there. And then I think what you have to do is you have to go with the flow and accept what a community is. I think Peter has referred to that. A community has a lot of tools, and I was actually astounded when I was preparing a little bit for this panel the last couple of hours and checked a couple of sites on the internet, what is already now available on a lot of fora and chat rooms and stuff like that of how people actually control DeFi. I mean, on the one hand side, you have the official audits and nothing wrong with that, but you have groups even like Anonymous or some sort of people that check the concepts, try to alert others when there is an issue, try to move sort of, let's say, inbuilt security mechanism, but then in a decentralized way that the players that use that understand, especially when they're coming more from younger generation, gaming, stuff like that, who know how this ecosystem works. There's a lot of stuff which is inbuilt to create additional information. And that is completely opposite to what we have as traditional financial regulation, which is focused on very well-known, few mature incumbents that act as intermediaries. That is not the space that we are talking about. And probably the best thing to reconcile the two is just, in my opinion, to let go and keep unregulated what merits to be unregulated, because there are mechanisms in place, at least for those people that are able to understand that. With all due respect, you do not have to make every fool that is in the space 100% sure that he or she does the right thing with their money. That is not how investments work. But you need to have reasonable mechanisms in order to have reasonable assurance. And what I know today in the DeFi space reminds me a lot of what we saw in the 60s of the last century when the Beatles were coming up.
I was not there, but yeah.
The Beatles, very nice, bad music, but very nice example. I mean, when the Beatles brought up Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, it was banned by the BBC, because Lucy Sky Diamonds, LSD, promotes drug use. That was the official argument to ban the song from being sent, from being played, because that was drug use. The Americans had some radio stations in the Midwest that were also banning the Beatles, because when you play them backwards, you hear the devil speak. And when you, for example, listen to Yellow Submarine, it has the word lived in it. He lived on a boat. If you read lived from behind to the beginning, it is devil. And of course, then the Beatles already say it's the devil just when you play it. And that's the kind of thing that we see a lot in the DeFi space from the traditional perspective at this moment. It is all sort of shitty argument is brought forward in order to, I would say, discriminate the sector, which is not merited by the facts that we see, simply because there is a huge, growing, decentralized space that knows quite well how to deal with that. That being said, we need to have certain safeguards. We don't want people to really get away with crime, of course. We don't want people to spend the last cent on fishy projects. Completely clear. But we have, and I think there the last months have brought a lot of clarity, be much clearer of what is actually a scam or what is an exploit. That are two completely different things. We need to see what are the inbuilt mechanisms that you have in DeFi that is developing a lot, and then understand that. But give that time, like we have done with a lot of things. We did that in crowdfunding in Europe. We didn't regulate it for 10 years. We took our time in order to go into, let's say, with Mika in the securities or below securities in the crypto asset space. And I think DeFi merits that time in order to show more of its benefits. The pace, what we've seen in the last months in order to get assurances is immense.
You want to say something about it?
Yeah, exactly. So also, when it comes to regulation, we always need to ask ourselves, so what has been like a super decentralized system in the past? It was our money. Kind of like the cash that we have was, of course, like it was, the emission came from like a centralized authority, but the way it was spent and who's interacting with each other, this was crazy decentralized. So when the technology came into place, things centralized way more, and like much more control was implemented into the rails. And now we have like the financial service system that we have, kind of like with a Eurozone. We have US, we have Asia, we have Swift in between. And so I always compare the development of the financial system with the internet. Imagine how the internet would look like if we would have developed it like the financial service system.
It would be bad.
It would be super bad. So maybe like us Germans would have put like cables around the globe, and the Dutch people and the French people would have done the same. And each country would have an own browser, so there wouldn't be open source web servers, so that there would be different implementations. ISO-OSI stack, also very different. So you have different routers for each jurisdiction. So I could continue for hours, but you get the point. So the internet was successful because it was open, because it was permissionless. It was built on open standards. Everyone could build a router and plug a cable in it, and it worked. Download a web server, and you're live with your website. And we are now at this pivotal point. And in the end, kind of like after anyone, also all the politicians understood what the internet is and its implications, then the regulation was added like here and there, and this kind of completed it, but on the application level. So now we're talking about blockchains. It's like a global phenomenon. So we have the opportunity to build a finance system on open standards, on open technology in a global way, interoperable, and all these parameters. And we start discussing kind of regulation on the protocol level, on the blockchain level, banning transactions and so on. It's a little bit like banning transactions in the internet, and I think all the Western states would be against it. So I think we need to really put, like with the internet, we need to put the regulation on the application level and keep the technology below, really out of this equation.
Yeah. Yeah, to add, yeah, fully agree. I think there needs to be a balance between regulating parts of it, probably the application layer, because there are a lot of bad actors who just want to get rich probably quickly. But on the other hand, you don't want to kill the innovation part of it and don't kill the benefits of it. A challenge is also that it's global. So at the moment you see in the US, there's a regulatory clampdown, no regulatory clarity, and people leaving the US or going offshore with all the effects which you saw last November. So there needs to be some things being put in place. And I actually think Europe can actually play a good role for once by regulating something. And this could be it. So I agree.
Mark.
I quite agree with everything that has been said. I want to add that there's several ways to interact with like a protocol, for example, DeFi. Like you can have your own staking node that validate the blockchain yourself and write the code to do a transaction. And there's maybe like 1,000 or 10,000 people that can do that in the world. And no amount of regulation can stop those guys. Because if you put some laws, they're going to go on the dark web, they're going to use VPN, they're going to do... You cannot outsmart the most technical people in the world. But those guys
You think so? Like there's no government that can outsmart the most...
We know that in the internet. Like if you want to download a movie, you can today. It's illegal.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier to download a movie than actually crack a smart contract.
Yeah, whatever. But that's a very small demographic, and I don't think that should be a target because nobody really cares. What most people do when they interact with DeFi is that they are at the application layer. So they interact with aave.com, the app.aave.com, and then they interact with the smart contract in a website and things like that. What also a lot of people do is that they interact with intermediaries. They go to Binance, earn section, and some of their money end up in Aave because...
but then they get into CeFi though.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that now in regulation we have something that is not perfect, but quite good in the European level called MiCA, Market in Crypto Assets, that regulate the CASP, or the PSAN in France, those intermediaries. And I think the regulation is far from bad, to be honest. What we are lacking right now is how to regulate those applications. But I think as a developer and as an entrepreneur in the ecosystem, as you said, the protocol layer should be permissionless and completely open source and open to everybody, and it will be a mistake to go there. I think we have something to regulate the intermediary. That's a good start. So you cannot go in and out of crypto from the fiduciary currency world as you wish. It's very hard to buy crypto without giving your passport to someone at some point, and the same thing the other way around. I think it can have some benefits to inform the public about risk or to define who can interact with the website on the application layer. But I think it will be a grave mistake for the innovation to touch the protocol itself.
Okay, makes sense. We see like DeFi sometimes is very blurry to people as a utility. Like, you know, in trade finance, people will, you know, understand DeFi, and some financial instance like will actually be, you know, comfortable with it because they don't have to intermediate with any type of bank. But as people, like human being, you know, like you're not gonna pay a bottle of water in using DeFi, you know, like. But in emerging countries, right now, I mean, you're different. But in emerging countries. Like, it's a big utility. People would actually need it. Like, the value of their own currency is even more volatile. Like, what would you, like, how do you think DeFi can actually be, maybe in 10 or 15 years, common to everybody the way it can be common to emerging countries?
I mean, we have two big movements. And for those that have been here at the panel before us, I think at a certain stage, they argued, and I completely agree, that the one big driver that we see is the geopolitical development. Yes. And if you happen to leave the place where we are actually, if we are looking at the world population, a minority, and look what happens outside in terms of not only the financial system, but also political developments, you see that already now there is a tremendous movement where actually we are competing here, not only against the big powers that we traditionally know, but we are competing with innovation in each and every country, how small it ever is. And we see that also in Europe, where some of the leading countries that have developed the space are places like Liechtenstein and others that indeed are also small as well. But that also applies to Vietnam, El Salvador, Pakistan, you can mention all of them. That's the one thing. The second thing is the demographic thing, that basically we have 3.8 billion gamers. We have the young generation moving into this space. It has already been said. In 15, 20 years' time, this will be like brushing your teeth, we'll be using the stuff that we are talking about. So at the end of the day, people can say what they want. They can be more or less innovative. These things will come simply because of the democratic movement that we see in the world, but also in the age structure of society. And then at the end of the day, what is DeFi? I mean, of course, you can approach DeFi from the thing like flash loans. I mean, have you tried to understand flash loans? It's quite interesting to see how these things work, but can also be abused in a certain way. That's quite technical if you want to really see it. But then it's the same thing like the difference between buying a share or going into high-frequency trading. When I worked on capital markets, I've never understood why really people should care about high-frequency trading. I don't like that thing, but
really?
No, I don't like it because at the end of the day, I think it's like fishing the fat on the top, but I don't see the economic benefit for society in this thing. That's the same with certain things that I see in DeFi. On the other hand side, if you interpret DeFi broadly, like what it is, peer-to-peer finance on decentralized open source platforms, that is easy. That's the same thing like crowdfunding. That's the same thing like alternative finance, which is basically something that is very organic and that you can use with very simple devices in all sorts of different contexts. That comes quite natural. And frankly, I do not know what is not to be understood about that notion. That is extremely simple. DeFi, if you are good, like this blockchain, if you work in the blockchain space, and if you cannot explain within 30 seconds what blockchain is, then you are in the wrong place. The same is with DeFi. DeFi is a natural thing that applies to people. A lot of people are making it very complicated, and of course, yes, if you have a smart contract, if you try to exploit things, if you try to create fishy things to, let's say, go unnoted and do things that probably should be done, you probably put a lot of resources in that, but for the mainstream, for 99% of the people, DeFi is and always will be very easy, and that is why it's taken up so broadly. I mean, the whole world is taking up DeFi. Yeah, we are probably the last ones to move into the space.
Western
because
countries
we have
are actually the last one, yeah. Emerging countries are like way above us. I mean, I know 7-Eleven in Vietnam got its own blockchain, and you can actually pay DeFi, which is crazy because we can't even picture that yet. Mark, you had something to say?
Well, I was just going to answer because we invented flash loans, so I have to. So
that's between y'all. Like, you can take it outside.
No, but it's part of the context. Like flash loan, for example, is one of the reasons why Aave, Compound, MakerDAO user didn't lose money in FTX and Terra Luna issue, because with flash loan you have access to billions of dollars of liquidity in the context of one transaction. So when you have position with the collateral value going down very fast, what happened in this kind of events, you can have liquidators that protect actually the protocol, so the user deposit by liquidating the position that need to be liquidated. That also allows to do like atomic swaps, so move user position. If you have a collateral, for example, ETH, and the value goes down, you can, with a flash loan, in one transaction, exchange your collateral from ETH, which is like a volatile asset, to a stable coin, for example, USDC, and then you are covered from volatility. And this can only exist in the context of DeFi. You cannot do that in traditional finance. It's just impossible because the architecture is not meant for that and not efficient enough to do that. So billions of dollars of user money were saved thanks to this technology that can only exist in this technology.
Okay.
And what I wanted to add, so for emerging countries, there's the opportunity really to jump on the next level of technology very quickly. So I learned back in the days that, so like as a German, that it was like 20 years ago, it was completely typical to have like catalog shopping. So you have like a printed catalog and you call a phone and you buy something.
Yeah, I learned hit by your mom, but that's a different story.
And you can wrap the fish afterwards and so on. But so they're, like in Brazil, for example, they jumped immediately on e-commerce, and like e-commerce became pretty big very quickly. So because they simply jumped on the next level very, very, very early, and like in Germany, people were still ordering through the catalog. And I think we're somewhat of the same situation now in finance. I think in Europe we're introducing real-time settlements for the past 15 years, and now making it mandatory, like for all banks to really implement it and so on. And emerging countries can simply use this infrastructure which is already there, which is tested, and which is as easy as kind of like printing on a DIN A4 page, so you can put it in every printer in the world and it will print. This is the same like ERC20 token. You take your currency, you make like an ERC20 token out of it, and you can send it around the globe, and there's thousands of wallets that can hold that currency. And I think this opportunity, really understanding it, and then using the leverage of these open standards and open infrastructure, where you can really move fast and really build great products.
Yeah, I think sort of in a world which is being more and more divided, I think the idea in 10 or 15 years when you have a global marketplace, maybe a global financial marketplace, DeFi, I think that's a very appealing idea. And you can, whether it's payments, a means to preserve wealth, give access, you do remittances and whatnot. I think that's where DeFi will be in, give it a time frame. And I think that is the real appeal.
So
that's
basically, because the payment part of DeFi is something we didn't really get into, but it's quite complicated. Going from DeFi to payment is also a huge step.
That's where regulation can help. first, because I think like Mika did a lot to support that part of things, because obviously switching from the blockchain world to the fiduciary currency ecosystem, you need some form of regulation. So now you have CASP, crypto asset service provider, that are regulated to do that. And France was one of the leader and pioneer on this. And that's a good start, and that's why we have Binance, Circle, and most of the actors coming into France to set up shop in Europe. So that's a success. But the other part is also the infrastructure itself. If you want to do a transaction if I want to send you $10 on the Ethereum layer 1, it will cost me around $8. So it doesn't make sense to send $8 and pay $8 of transaction fee. But now we have layer 2s, and if I do the same thing on Polygon, it will cost me 1 cent. But if 350 million Europeans try to do that, it will cost like $80, so it doesn't make sense. But the architecture is doing like technical breakthrough on technical breakthrough, and I'm very confident that 5 years from now, it will be scalable to the actual mass audience.
Tying back to what was said earlier on making things easy, payments have been made very, very easy for the user. But if you look at what's going on at the back end, yeah, that's very, very complicated and full of faults and rife with errors. So in a way, yeah, blockchain technology for that is probably one of the use cases which will unlock way, way more users in DeFi itself. Stablecoins is an example, right? It's one of the things that have really taken off.
Just as a last remark, I agree to everything that's said, also to, let's say, onboard people to do payments and to get DeFi where it makes sense at a certain level that we discussed into regulation. But at the end of the day, we should be happy and we should develop DeFi as a radically decentralized space as well. Last year, when there was the hiccup on certain crypto markets, a lot of people were suddenly again very happy that Bitcoin exists because that is the true thing and the original, and not something that has been messed up in the meantime by all sorts of attempts to get into the centralized system. So I think DeFi as a sort of stick behind the door that this can also be done if we are not radical enough in getting innovation into our established financial system is a very, very important thing to have also for policymakers, because with blockchain we finally have a technology that can simply not be prohibited by anyone. And that is completely different to other things where centralized entities, where governments would simply say, you're not allowed to do that. They can regulate what they want, they can centralize what they want. There's always a radical part in the DeFi space that can live along their principles, and this is a very positive thing.
Thank you. So guys, we only got like 6 minutes left. Does anyone in the room have questions for our panelists? No, you guys understood everything.
Well, they're all experts, obviously.
Okay, I had one more question personally. We've been talking about DeFi in the future and how, and somehow only dApps could be regulated. But do you think the amount of money that you trade into the DeFi space somehow could be also regulated? Because it's complicated for, again, apply the same laws for human beings that you have to apply for a trade desk, for example. What do you guys think?
Like the amount you would, so above whatever number you should. Yeah, you're not allowed to, when you're flying, you're not allowed to bring more than $10,000.
No, I don't know.
I think they shouldn't regulate amounts. I think that defeats the purpose. So discussing, having a global marketplace, global liquidity pools, getting people on it, people preserving their wealth, sending whatever. Yeah, I think if you start, that's sort of a gliding scale, because what number do you regulate it at?
I have no number in mind. It's just it's just, in my mind, I'm thinking, having the same regulation or laws applied to a trade desk or an institution to just regular people in a society, I don't think sometimes it's would it be fair?
I think it's too complex in nature. If you deposit on Aave, is that a taxable event? Yeah, it's very complex because you have USDC and you end up with another token called AUSDC that brings interest. But at the end of the day, it's USDC, it's $1. And one AUSDC is always worth one USDC. So is that a thing? When you start staking, when you buy ST-ETH, so you convert your ETH into ST-ETH with Lido, is that something that is it's too complex. I did like 25,000 transactions this year on several blockchains. I just give that to the tax authority and say, oh, good luck, guys.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
The French regulator was actually smart on this and pioneer as well with the PAC law. The PAC law is not great, but they basically the doctrine of the PAC law was do whatever you want on chain, but when you exit to actually fiduciary currency, you owe us 30%. And I think that's a fair thing. Obviously, some people would say it's too much. Some people would say, oh, we should pay less tax, but well,
nobody
up to everybody.
Nobody will say it's too low.
Well, nobody will say it's too low, that's for sure. But I think this approach to say, when you get in, there's actually regulated actor called crypto asset service provider that has a way to actually check that you converted fiduciary currency and you send that on chain. And that's linked to your fiscal tax number and things like that. And when you exchange on the other way, there's also crypto asset service provider that can check, okay, that was some ETH. So you started with 1 ETH and you spend 1,000 euro on that. You sell 1 ETH and it's worth 2,000 euros. So maybe you are 30% of 1,000 euro of the added value. And I think that's the right approach, because if you start to check everything that happened on chain, I don't think any state is technical enough to understand what happened on chain anyway.
Yeah, and also so to put limits on it, I think that's a bad idea, because we're still in the very beginning, right? There's the first states tokenizing stocks and securities and all this kind of stuff, so that you can use blockchain and tokens as a settlement instrument to move in the end like ownership and equity. And I think and there's also a lot of DeFi protocols experimenting with real world assets and all this kind of stuff. And I think over the next 5 years we will really see this progress of real-world assets also moving into these marketplaces. And why shouldn't I trade stocks on a decentralized exchange in the future? So it's like a bilateral trading facility. So like a broker can kind of like match the order, or like a pool of people. So why shouldn't we do this? So I think that's a technological advancement. Maybe the mainstream user won't recognize that there has been some change in the background, but in the end, so with kind of like a global infrastructure that we have done under the hood, and the possibility to tokenize everything and make like everything tradable, I think the markets become more accessible. Also, like for people in emerging countries, like buying here in Europe and the other way around. And I think so I would say like. My hope is that in whatever 10, 20 years, 100% of all transactions will be performed on different kind of blockchains. But still, my mother and my sister will still buy their Daimler stock, and they don't know what
By the time
moved in
we
the
hope
background.
it'll be interoperability also, because it's, like this is also a big subject. Like DeFi is cool, but like not being interoperable with all the blockchains, it's also something
I will still
that
pay things cash, yes. But
something
apart from that, I mean, we shouldn't stop with DeFi here. It's an even broader movement. Look at DAOs. What we are currently seeing is basically the development of communities that more and more act as virtual states. And when you look at this, basically defies the traditional way how we delineate physically entities across the world, then of course the whole discussion on threshold becomes even more problematic. When we started with crowdfunding, we had the approach in Germany, which I found very, very good, that you could, for example, start with a little portfolio on one platform for 100 euro, invest in 3 different projects. You could invest even 5 euros into a specific project and get a learning curve on your investments. In the UK, they took a similar approach, just in the opposite direction. They wanted to improve retail investment, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, started by defining retail investors as 100,000 British pounds onwards. So you see what huge difference already exists in this page. Also now with this. So what sense do thresholds in a way make when we have so many differences already in the legacy system that make it difficult even for traditional stuff to align on that and all the problematic things? Why should we burden a developing and nascent technology that has so many benefits with basically the lost battles that we have already now in the system? I would be completely against that.
That's fair. Well, thank you very much for this panel. Oh, now you want to ask a question. Say that again, sorry.
Banking.
Replace banking.
No.
Thank you.
Do you think DeFi will replace the banking system?
I think it will change the banking system as we know it now. I have the feeling, but maybe because we are part of the pioneer, that the base layer of the financial system will be more efficient and more secure using DeFi as the core of the technology and the asset. But you will always have intermediary custodians because there's a need for that. When there's actors that want that, and that's completely fine. There's a space for everything in every kind of actor in the economy and in finance. But I think that the core of traditional finance is flawed right now, and we can do better, and DeFi is part of this solution.
I think during the crisis in the past 2 years, we learned how difficult it is if you depend on like single resources of something. So, for example, if you import gas only from one country, you're depending on that. That's a pretty bad situation. And we also all know that our financial system is getting more unstable every hour. So, like the more debt the countries have, and kind of like the difficult situations, whatever, like the climate crisis needs to be priced into the markets as well. So this is also very difficult. So this will lead to more debt, I would guess, or maybe also whatever if the countries need to buy more weapons, like in the next 10 years. So like the financial system gets more unstable, and will DeFi replace the current system? I would say no. But I think it's good to build an alternative and to have like a second leg to stand on. And I think for being that second leg, and maybe we will see how big it can become, but I think it makes a lot of sense to build that second leg.
Okay. France?
Agreed. I think we're on time.
Agreed. Let's
so, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. We just finished our panel. Thank you for listening to us, and thank you for you guys for being so helpful.
Thanks, everyone. We'll keep moving on, and the final discussion for today, or even for tonight, will be developing Web3 economies. Woo. Wow, my computer is just turned off. Just turned off. Компьютер выключился. Так. Just a moment.
Без предыдущих, следующего.
Да, final. A little bit, yeah. Dear guests, please be seated. We are and now we are going moving to our final panel for tonight. Yeah. Okay, 10 minutes? 5-10 minutes? Okay. Dear speakers, seems like we need 5-7 minutes. Yeah, 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll start, okay? So, dear guests, our final panel discussion for today is developing Web3 economies to advance the EU Green Deal. Please welcome our speakers and have a nice panel discussion, I wish. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, welcome. You survived this first day of conferences. I hope you had a ton of fun. And last but not least, we're going to talk a little bit about the European Green Deal and how can blockchain technology and the refi ecosystem help us move things forward. Just before I introduce our speakers, or I let my speakers introduce themselves, I would like to do a quick hit check just in the room right now. How many of you are familiar with the term refi? How many of you have heard it before today? Please raise your hand. Okay, so a good 60%. So we're going to have, don't worry, the first questions will be actually about explaining what refi is. So you can stay. This is not going to be boring, and you're going to learn a ton of things. We all are going to learn a ton of things. So today I'm joined by Esther Val, Monty Bryant, François Gardin, and Isor, who you already know by now. And I will let you introduce yourself very briefly before we dive into the debate.
Okay, thank you. My name is Esther Val, very pleased to be here. My background is in public policy, sustainability, CSR, in the area of technology. I've been in the active member of the sharing economy and the B Corp movement. I'm also an expert evaluator for Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe projects on technology and social impact. I entered the blockchain space back in 2017 with an MBA project focused on traceability of a supply chain of the luxury industry. I left just when DeFi was taking off, only to come back in 21 when I met someone who was working or contributing to an impact DAO. So that made me revisit the space and learn more about refi and about its promise. So around that time, I joined a carbon credit tokenization company called Clamecoin as a head of partnerships. And now I'm a consultant for a number of refi projects like Crystal Trade and Impact Scope. And last but not least, I'm a proud ambassador for a company called Ethic Hub, which I will be discussing later on.
François, perhaps you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So François Gardin, so I have two main activities. So the first one is I'm a researcher at the Brussels School of Governance in the Center for the Environment, the Economy, and the Energy. And the second one is I'm actually an advisor in environmental finance, and I've been working closely with the Green Digital Finance Alliance, actually is the sponsors of this conference, and then basically they're focusing mainly about how to bring new solutions to the environmental finance landscape, which includes data solutions. We've also looked very specifically at biodiversity as a new challenge. So very happy to be here. Yes. And
cool. Yeah, I'll introduce myself as well. Great to be here in Brussels for my first time and in this wonderful hall. I'm here representing refi DAO, which is a global community that is looking to use some of the most powerful tools of our time to actually create this regenerative economy. And so what that looks like is we have a global online community with media and events and connecting online, but also actually physically rooting in communities all around the world to actually bring these technologies and these solutions and do them on the ground, and so build these communities in places like Lisbon, in Brussels now, in Berlin, all over Africa and America. And so by connecting these network of on-the-ground communities to a global online community, we can kind of create this global local coordination to build this regenerative economy. So that's who I'm representing today.
Yeah, and Isar, perhaps you want to reintroduce yourself. So Isar is standing in because unfortunately Mustafa Mokas cannot join us today, but you're a close collaborator of Mustafa, so please go
He's
ahead.
my CEO, so I'm a small collaborator to Mustafa. So please imagine a man instead of me. So it's my esteemed CEO who unfortunately could not come because he is held up organizing the COP28. So Mustafa Mokas, world-bound consultant. He's a young global leader for the World Economic Forum, CEO of Earth Technologies, and a worldwide green technology expert. He's an amazing person who started theorizing new carbon credit finance management starting in the 2008-2009. So he was early. So I'm very, very honored to be able to speak in his stead today. He apologizes again. And there will be a little surprise for the audience at the end of the talk.
All right. So let's dive in the topic. So today we've talked about Web3, we talked about DeFi, we talked about stablecoins. So it was really a day full of a lot of jargon. Some of us are familiar with it, some of us are less familiar with it. And just only the idea of DeFi, decentralized finance, is just barely making it into the mainstream today. So let's start with the basic. What is refi? So can you give us your personal definition of it? And can you name a project that you think best exemplify that new sector that is emerging? Monty, would you like to start with this one?
Yeah, sure. So refi as a term stands for regenerative finance. And the way I see it, it's about creating financial and economic systems that work in harmony with the Earth, instead of what we have at the moment, which is financial and economic systems that are extractive both from the environment and from an economic and social perspective as well. You know, inequality and disparity and various social harms. And so actually, how can we create new systems that are actually valuing social and environmental impact, and not only with the paradigm of sustainability, it's like doing less harm, right? And all of the negative impacts are externalized to the economy. If we can actually bring those in and actually account for those impacts, but also actually create mechanisms to incentivize them, maybe as efficiently as we've managed to incentivize financial capital, leverage those powerful mechanisms and create new markets and tools to do that. So I think that's an overview of this kind of regenerative economics and regenerative space. And then the term refi specifically has become known of using tools of Web3 and blockchain to enable those regenerative outcomes, because they're some super powerful tools that can help to create these new markets and new systems and a variety of different things that we're going to get into on the panel. So I don't know if that starts to clarify some things, maybe.
And so a project that would really exemplify it.
So a project that I really love is called Regen Network. They're one of the original OGs of this refi Web3 space. And they created a new blockchain specifically designed to host carbon and ecological assets. And so instead of the current markets, which have these lots of gatekeepers, they're very slow and inefficient. 50% of a carbon credit goes to all of these intermediaries. And it takes years and years and lots of upfront capital, using a blockchain to then make it more accessible to lots of different communities, make markets that are more efficient, and go beyond just carbon to have a range of ecological assets and have that all available on a public open source blockchain as opposed to having fragmented and private markets that exist all over the place. I think that's a really lovely example. And I just would like to add in one other one in there.
An extra one.
A bonus one. Which is Open Forest Protocol, and I just think they're worth mentioning because they've narrowed in, rather than Regen Network that have gone for all methodologies and new methodologies being created for these ecological credits. Open Forest Protocol have gone really in on forest as a methodology for carbon and making it really accessible to small-scale projects. So like you may have only a few acres, and yet you can verify with your mobile phone, take a picture that the tree is happening, and then access finance from carbon markets for doing that, and even creating a validator network that's incentivized financially to root out corruption in that network. So it's a really interesting new models for unlocking finance for carbon and ecological projects.
All right. Esther, do you want to build on top of that?
Yeah, we might overlap in our definitions. They cover the same space, but they, depending what your background is, what your profile is, you'll come up with, or you'll put the stress or the emphasis on one particular aspect of refi. So to me, there are 4 elements to refi. The first one is that it's a new Web3 powered movement which lies at the intersection between crypto and impact. Second, that is rooted in regenerative economics, mainly, by John Fullerton's, thinking, which pushes, like Monty just said, sustainability, pushes beyond sustainability and do no harm and offsetting negative impacts to a new paradigm, a new regenerative paradigm of creating positive, net positive externalities for all, for the planet and people. Third, refi leverages Web3 tooling, decentralized governance, DeFi, digital MRV, in order to tackle complex collaboration, global collaboration failures like climate change, biodiversity loss, and social injustice. And fourth, and very important, which Monty touched on as well, that refi seeks to create wealth across the 8 forms of capital, not just financial capital. So it's a very diverse ecosystem. The World Economic Forum, the Crypto Sustainability Coalition released a report recently in April, which looked at the 60 most important refi projects in the space, and they came up with 19 categories. So it's a very diverse, very hard to classify, but usually or normally, we put them into 3 buckets: environmental impact, social impact, and open source software and public funding, public good funding mechanisms.
All right, and is there a project for you that really stands out from the crowd?
Yeah, definitely. Like I mentioned, I'm an ambassador for Ethic Hub, and it's a joy to be an ambassador for Ethic Hub because everyone knows Ethic Hub, and when I go to events, people want to take pictures with you, they smile because it's a pioneer project which has started in 2017 when refi wasn't even a thing. The term wasn't even coined, hadn't even been coined yet. It was awarded by INATBA in February this year, I think it was, with the award of the most exciting project in the refi category. So Ethic Hub, the founders of Ethic Hub were impact investors, and in 2017 they came across blockchain, and they saw the opportunity to work, to amplify the project through blockchain. Yeah. So they decided to work or to focus on financial inclusion. Because they grew up in Mexico, so they were very close to coffee plantations, and they realized that TradFi had failed small-scale farmers, because they don't have collateral, they don't have credit scoring, so they focused on this geography, which accounts for 2 billion people around the world. 70% of them are farmers who don't have access to reasonable credit. Yeah? So Ethic Hub leverages blockchain to democratize impact investment and to mitigate risk, investment risk, by reinventing blended finance through their native token, Ethics, which serves as a collateral for the compensation fund, which gets activated through smart contracts if the credit or the loan doesn't get repaid. And that's it. And something really important about this is that the impact is not only economic, for the farmers, but social, because it impacts the whole community, and also environmental, because these farmers are nature stewards. So, if they fall into poverty, because their crops are not productive, they have to change crops, which erode the soil, and and eventually they migrate to the north. So, there is an amplifying impact that EFIHAB is doing on the ground.
Terrific stuff, and we'll come back to those amplifying impacts. But before that, so Isor, is there anything to add to this definition that starts to be very extensive? And I hope the crowd starts to be familiar with the notion of refi. And once again, what would be a project that comes to your mind that could spearhead that refi movement?
In my own words, I'll be very short. It's what sits at the brink of economics and ecology. In Mustafa's words, being involved in the carbon credit space for almost 20 years, first in the European carbon market, and in particular linking emerging countries towards carbon, his belief is very simple. Climate change is a global issue, but it cannot be solved by the EU alone. EU has been leading the way with the EU Carbon Directive for the past 20 years, but from our own experience, we have been seeing emerging countries adopting and following the EU climate leadership guidelines through more liquidity and agility. I'll be short. So what we believe is that climate change needs to reach the 2-degree scenario by 2050. And in order to do that, the world must mobilize $1.5 trillion per year just in climate finance. And we're falling too short, almost at most of $500 billion today. So the way to bridge the gap, a lot of money. And the only way to unlock lots of money is to unlock liquidity and to make it more funneling and to have bridges. So this for me is refi.
All right. And no project? Oh no, you're going to introduce your own project, right?
No, I'll rather touch base on that later. I'd rather put the spotlight on 2 very good projects for ONGs also as well. So one of them is called the Afro Foundation. It's an ONG that actually has for ambition to bring clear water in Africa. So they've created and indexed a coin, so a Pan-African coin, in order to keep the water price solid. And another project called AgriLedger that is working, it was sponsored by the World Bank actually, to make sure that you have traceability on blockchain to stop food waste in Haiti. So I definitely advise you to check up on that.
All right, terrific. And Francois, so you stand a bit on the side of this refi ecosystem, or perhaps we're bringing you in today. So what's your point of view on refi?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think what I found interesting, and also what's important, is that with refi as a concept, you marry two things. So one is, the regenerative economy, so changing paradigms in the economy, and then on the other side, finance. And I think it's important, to think how they work both together. And then, I mean, today we know that there is a major issue having finance actually, put more flows and capital into the regenerative economy. So we know that, today I think it's only 1% less than 1% of the GDP that goes into what could be called nature-based solutions. But then, according to actually UNEP studies, about 130 billions per year that goes into those nature-based solutions. But that could seem a lot, but actually, to meet the objectives of the Green Deal and other initiatives, would have to triple actually by 2030 and even multiply more by 2050. So that's a major issue to close that gap between finance and the economy. And I think that's what's interesting in the concept of refi is putting those face to face, and so you can see that gap more clearly.
Yeah, and that's actually a great transition to the second question that I would have like to ask you. The EU Green Deal has been announced a few years ago now. It was 2019. And so according to this roadmap, the EU needs to become carbon neutral fully by 2050. This is obviously a very, very ambitious and yet in the same time not so ambitious when you consider the extreme urgency of climate change roadmap. So how can REFI help us deliver on this goal? And perhaps you want to take the rebound on this.
I can just rebound on this. So so the Green Deal, very ambitious. So carbon neutrality, decoupling growth from resource use, and also like having inclusive growth. So a very great, ambitious, and but also complex agenda to execute. And then actually, the European Environmental Agency, for instance, they've looked at what it would take for proper finance to go into biodiversity and nature-based solutions. And there are mainly two roadblocks, I think, which are important for us to debate a bit here. So one is we need much better data because, I mean, just like to verify and better data to inform the decisions, but also to prove actually the additionality. And then the other one is actually using new instruments. I mean, today we've got in Europe 10 trillions, I think, of assets sitting in funds, in UCITS funds or AIF funds, but they are not employed to a very small degree to those regenerative projects. So there's this issue of channeling, let's say, mainstream capital to, let's say, more on the ground and real life nature-based projects. And there, I mean, like, there's lots of literature, but there's definitely an issue of scalability. Like, lots of the projects that need to be invested on the ground, they are they are usually small scale. There's a liquidity issue, like how to bring those capital and then into those projects. And also, I think having the right financial instruments, and there I think blockchain, and other instruments through, for instance, new digital tokens, for instance, who could maybe create new ways to invest in those type of assets, but also new ways to, for instance, handle data, verify data. So I think it's a very amazing actually spot like to look at, and lots of things to do.
Yeah, lots of things to do. So allocation of better allocation of resources, better data, and more accessible data. So perhaps Isor, you want to build on that answer as well?
Mustafa definitely would like to build on that answer.
Yes, I know.
So the Euro Green Deal is a fantastic signal. And they've also just released the Green Industry Strategy that goes with the Net Zero Banking Alliance strategy. So the idea is to funnel liquidity into sustainable projects in order to reach those SDGs. Because if not, it's going to be a hard hustle to the top. So the private capital, on that basis, that we'll be able to leverage in the OECD countries and emerging countries will only happen if we bring more transparency to carbon impact, for example, because that's where liquidity is going to be funneled inside. So that's where REFI comes into play, because we believe that the lead will be in carbon, and that coming through that liquidity will have a lead on biodiversity, more inclusion, and that will lead to an actual plan that can make us reach those sustainability goals.
Monty,
I'd love to just build on that. One thing I've been thinking about recently is, in order to reach our net zero goals, I actually think it's totally impossible to do this from where we're at now without carbon markets. Because we've kicked the can down the road so much, we literally have to shut down the entire global economy and just not operate. There's going to be this transition period where we're reducing emissions, we're transitioning to renewable energy, electric vehicles, all of this stuff that we know. But there's going to be that residual bit of emissions that we just cannot do without carbon removal. That's the reality of where we're at today. But also, the legacy of carbon markets is really bad. We all know how much fraud and inefficiency and controversy about how broken these carbon markets are. So really, this is the opportunity for ReFi to redesign these markets to actually do the thing that they need to do and fulfill that potential to get to where we need to go as fast as possible.
It's one of the best use cases.
Yeah, it is one of the best use cases. And that's just looking at carbon markets, right? And then you look at all of the other range of environmental, economic, and social problems that we face. And there are a different set of solutions that we can create to help speed those things up and deploy the capital to where it needs to go. So I just, wanted to add that.
Esther, we're very short on time, so I'm already going to jump to the next question, but it's very connected to ethic hubs and part of like many of the projects that you've had that you've advised over the past few years. So, as we say, this roadmap is quite ambitious, and in order to be achieved, obviously, you need a broad support, right? You need some kind of a democratic alignment. So, how can ReFi help us first, like, get out of the tiny niche of people, the small community that we are today, to be very passionate about ReFi? But how can it achieve some mass adoption? In the same time, how can it become an enabler, both for global funding, but also for a way to support local communities that are building those projects on the ground, as in the case of Ethics Hub that you were mentioning before?
Yeah, this talks about inclusivity, diversity, and education and advocacy. And it's interesting that ReFi is a niche within the niche, within the Web3 niche, and that I've been attending quite a few events in the last 6 months, and we have organized ReFi side events because many, not to mention most of the blockchain events, even have any panel on ReFi, and so there's not even awareness of what ReFi is within the broader blockchain community. So in terms of diversity and inclusion, I would say that, to get a personal note, that I entered, like I mentioned before, the blockchain space in 2018 because of this MBA project with a social, lens, and I was the only woman in a boot camp of 30-odd people. So I was the only woman with a social impact mindset and trying to explore the potential for social impact of this technology. I left the space because of the lack of diversity, male, and also, in terms of gender, and also in terms of discipline, where they're coming from, finance and tech. And it was a very speculative environment, and also, interestingly, they put innovation in front of responsibility.
So is that changing right now, or are there ways to change it?
Yeah, I'm encouraged, and that's why I'm now in ReFi. That's what brought me back to the space, because this, as I said before, lies at the section of crypto and impact. So it's no longer an oxymoron to work in blockchain and be impact driven. So I think there are encouraging signs. The WEF report mentioned that there are 45% of women in senior positions in ReFi, which is far larger than in the traditional crypto space, and there is more multidisciplinarity. So that's the promise. Different backgrounds, different profiles, but there is still work to do. In my experience, I've been around for a year and a half, so I come with fresh eyes. So I came into the space with fresh eyes. There are still entry barriers, very high entry barriers. First one being language. All the information, conferences are held in English, so that leaves out many people in the Global South who are not fluent in English, who cannot read or cannot access the events or there is also, still a dominance of technical backgrounds and finance backgrounds, although, there are more and more, new profiles joining. There are very few, because of what I was saying before, Global South voices in the conversation. So we are talking about them, but they are barely invited to the table, to share really what impact means for them. Impact may mean something different in the north than in the south.
So, and just very quickly before giving the mic to Monty, how do you do it with Ethics Hub, actually? So how do you involve those local farmers on the ground? How do you involve them in the design of your solution, in the governance of your solution?
Yeah, I think, well, I'm an ambassador, so I don't work on the day-to-day operations of Ethics Hub, but they have this virtuous circle of trust whereby they work with cooperatives, which they call originators, and with auditors. So the cooperative, the community, chooses those farmers which are going to benefit from the microloans. They are very, we were talking financial inclusion or exclusion in this case, the unbanked, the most unbanked you can possibly get, because these farmers are often, coffee plantations are located in very remote areas where there is not even connectivity, so they don't have wallets. So they work with the cooperatives, which they have done the onboarding, to download the wallets. So yeah, it's a very, there are small farmers which don't have access to a bank account, they don't have access to certifications because of the size, they don't have access to the carbon markets either.
So it's not just about tech, right? In terms of innovation.
It's not only about tech, no.
Okay, and Monty, perhaps with your experience and exposure to the refi ecosystem, so how do you think this can really enable this community participation in this very essential, crucial transition?
Right, exactly. So how we're approaching it is through this local community model. So allowing these, creating the conditions, these local communities made up of local people can come together, made up of founders, investors, practitioners, in this refi space to share models and actually implement these models on the ground. And at the same time, at RefiDAO, we're creating this knowledge graph of the people, projects, models, deal flow in this space to create this real dense kind of knowledge graph that then can empower these local communities to actually implement them and understand how to use them. And instead of it being like a top-down model, it's actually driven from the bottom up, but we're there to empower them with the knowledge and the tools and the expertise to actually do that. So you take maybe a smallholder farmer in Kenya, they can join the Refi Kenya community, go to a meetup, start to understand that, hey, I can actually participate. If I implement more regenerative practices in my agriculture, I can actually unlock this funding. And then people there can show them how to access that funding, how to implement those practices, and onboard them using the local tools and technology that makes sense in that context. So yeah, I think that kind of bottoms-up way of doing it, but with the kind of knowledge and expertise of the global network, seems to be like it could be a really powerful and inclusive way for getting this tools and technology and capital to where it needs to go and actually doing the work on the ground.
And just to get a more concrete idea of this network of local communities, as of today, how many local communities Refi DAO amounts to?
Right, so it's kind of a scale. It's a DAO because essentially anyone can start a Refi community in their local region, and it's totally autonomous and decentralized if you want to do that. And so on one end of the spectrum, it might just be a bunch of people in a locality connecting on a group chat and chatting about refi. They might then actually meet up in the real world and start having meetups every week and organizing events. And then on this kind of further down the spectrum, they might actually want to become a refi local node. And that is where they're actually wanting to formalize as a local impact DAO, acquire land, invest in real world assets, launch startups, And yeah, that's really what we're most focused on at RefiDAO, is incubating a network of local nodes that are creating new startups in this regenerative economy. And so we ran a local node funding round on Gitcoin, where we put up 25K of our treasury to fund the emergence of these local nodes all over the world. And so the best founders, through the process of the Gitcoin fundraising, get allocated from the matching pool that we've provided. And yeah, there were 19 local nodes in every continent. We had a specific focus on the global south, but yeah, some really exciting local communities and founders emerging, kind of creating and doing these things on the ground. So excited to see how they all develop. And we'll be running that every quarter. If you're in any region, any city, like, hey, come set up a local node, come create a refi community, and let's do this stuff.
Yeah, the Brussels refi local node. Does it already exist?
Hey, if there's some founders who want to set up a refi Brussels, I'm so here for it.
All right, you've heard Monty. I'm jumping to the last question, and this one is for the two of you. So you mentioned that, Francois. According to the UN, there is even a 4 trillion annual gap, funding gap, towards the funding of the SDG, which covers a bit more than just the environmental transition, obviously. And green finance was heralded as the solution to that, right? But you know, today we are living in a context in which green finance is heavily decried for its lack of transparency, the uncertainty around the actual impact of those investments. So do you believe that blockchain tech, Web3, refi can really provide tools both to accelerate that funding and in the same time to get a better, more trustworthy impact assessment for this new field of finance?
Yes, so I think definitely, and I think that, there's two main problems to be solved. So just before I was reading the number, actually, that I think out of the 100% of finance that goes into nature-based solution, I think it's only 14% from the private sector. So it's only still 86% coming from public funding, and there we know that actually lots of this funding gap you mentioned has to come from the private sector, and that the way that the private markets function today is not optimal. So what are the two main problems? So one is, I think we've touched about this already, is data, is actually finding the concrete information that can empower investors to understand where they can generate impacts, how to better measure impacts, etc. Actually, I'm introducing another concept, but I think it's my head a bit connected to refi, is the emergence of spatial finance. So it's a new thing. When I used to work in the financial sector, no one talked about geolocated, or no one cared about too much about geographical aspects of. But now it's very clear that, especially when you look at the environmental dimensions of biodiversity or ecosystems, etc., you need to integrate these local dimensions, which means you need much more data to understand what are the risks, also what are the opportunities, because lots of these funding opportunities, they are very location specific. So much data is needed. Today, it's still the way financial data is structured is very centralized. You've got these databases, ESG database, carbon database. But if there's a way to unlock that, better ways to share data, but also verify the data. And then the other problems to be solved, important, and I think we touched on this a bit already, is how to create instruments. So i.e. concretely, like how to channel the funds from the financial sector to the local projects. And there are some dysfunctionalities today. One day I was looking, for instance, at one of the largest biodiversity funds, a fund that's supposed to invest in biodiversity. And when you look at it, actually, it's a fund that's being promoted to European investors, or that's mainly investing in large cap companies. And I understand that, because how today channeling money for mainstream investors to local projects is a challenge, and I think that's where the Web3 has very interesting solutions, I think, to test for whether it's around so digital tokenization, so creating new types of asset class that would create ways to invest in those projects, which will be represented digitally, but also basically creating new infrastructures on how to channel these investments.
François, this leads me to a very quick follow-up question just before we hear about the combined opinions of Isor and Mustafa. What do you think is the role of the current public financial institutions and traditional financial institutions? DeFi, as we've talked, is really much derived from the, ReFi is derived from the DeFi ecosystem, and so it's trying to build an alternative. Here you're telling us about the problem that we see in the traditional financial system. So should the traditional finance and public institutions get inspired by those new tools? Should they adopt them, or what's your opinion?
I think they have a very important role to play. First, to send the signals, right, that there's new ways to invest. And also, we need the regulatory framework to support this. Because today, I know, for instance, I was dealing with a company that they try to tokenize forestry as an asset class, but it's such a journey today to be able to offer investments in nature to European investors via new blockchain technologies. Yes.
All right, Isor. Yeah. Oh, okay. Isor, I believe you have the final word.
I have a final surprise.
Oh.
Our dear Esther talked about events, and we have the wonderful ReFi DAO that's been aggregating everywhere, also through events and meetup. So I am a firm believer, and we are at Earth Tech, that human empowers humans. And humans do need to find a way to communicate, even though we talk about digital technologies. So it is our great pleasure to invite you all to the COP28 side events on Web3 that we will be organizing. So it will be in Dubai in November. So if ever you are in Dubai on that date, you are all welcome to come.
Yay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mustafa.
All right, and this will be on this beautiful invitation. So see you in Dubai. Thank you very much for your attention. And Esther wants a final word.
I'm so sorry.
I hope it's an invitation.
It's an invitation.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
It's an invitation. Since you are here, I presume that you are interested in ReFi, in learning more. Today, a course called a free course, so accessible to all, called ReFi Talents was launched. This is a set of courses, programs under the umbrella of Web3 Talents, put together by the Frankfurt Finance School Blockchain Center, and they launched the call for applications today. And it's a course put together or supported by Celo, which is a layer 1 carbon negative blockchain. And I did the DeFi Talents, part of this umbrella, Web3 Talents, and I encourage you all to have a look and to join. It's free, and a new cohort is coming up in September for 200 people. So it's your chance to go deeper into this space and create synergies with students across the world.
All right, let me sum it up. Let me sum it up before we get kicked off the stage. So do create your local community on ReFi DAO. Do invest directly in regenerative projects through ReFi tools, and do come either to Dubai or apply to be part of this next cohort of this beautiful course. Thank you very much. Have a beautiful evening, and see you tomorrow for the following day.
Even tomorrow, please. First of all, let's give a hand for our speakers and for all of us. Thank you. Thanks everyone who survived. And also, I have also one more invitation.
Wow.
Yes.
One upping invitation.
Yeah, but for tonight. So everyone, you are very welcome to join us for the buffet dinner at 7 p.m. At like 600 meters from the location. It will be in the Parkside Brasserie. You can ask the exact address on the reception, so you're very welcome for the after party. And also I want to thank you so much for this great day. Thanks to the highly respected speakers of the summit. It was a big privilege for listening to you today, and this is very special for all of us. So tomorrow we will continue. We are waiting for you at 10 a.m. and see you tonight and also tomorrow. Thanks a lot. Thank you.